Madam Clerk and Mayor Weber, you are live.
Thank you. We are live. Calling this meeting to order. It's a regular meeting of the governing body for August 28th. We are officially in session starting at 5:06 p.m. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Lindell, followed by a salute to the New Mexico flag led virtually by Councilor Maraworth, and then an invocation and remembrances that will be led by Councilor Lee Garcia. If we could rise as we are able and join in the pledge.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship amongst united cultures.
Councilor Garcia, would you lead us in invocation, and then we'll have remembrances.
Thank you, Mayor. Just as we gather here today, I'd like to just say a few words and a quick prayer. Dear God, please guide us and lead us today. Help us make wise decisions and trust in your plan. May we have the strength to follow your will and be obedient to the word. Dear God, give us the courage to face any challenges that come our way. Dios nos guíe por buen camino, lo líbranos de todo mal, concebida sin mancha, sin pecado original. And lastly, I'd just like to say that, as we gather together here as leaders and as community members and those that will come, that we all speak with passion, but also respect. And it's also always keep that decorum together so we can always discuss the issues that are in our community with a clear mind and well thought out processes. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there remembrances that folks want to call? Please, Councilor Cassett.
So much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to take an opportunity to remember my grandmother. This is the second anniversary of her passing. I think I've mentioned before, my grandmother was also a public servant serving on the school board. And we miss her dearly. So really want to send out the love to my family, especially my mother, who I know misses her mother every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Others? I'd like to call to mind Mike Owens, who we lost recently. Mike moved here a few years ago from Chicago and decided to devote himself to mental health in Santa Fe. He became a board member of NAMI. He was present at every NAMI event. He was a really effective fundraiser and advocate for mental health in our community, working tirelessly to expand the services that would be available for all those who need them and to eliminate any stigma for those who are asking for help. He had challenges in his own family and in his own life, and was both a beneficiary of mental health services and also an enormous advocate for and fundraiser for, and he is missed already. He will be missed every NAMI event, and send much love and much gratitude to his family for the time he got to spend here in Santa Fe, making a huge difference in an area where there is so much need and where there is an awful lot to be done. So, Michael, thank you. We love you. We miss you. Anyone else? Let's take a minute, think about everyone in our community and elsewhere here and around the world who are dealing with suffering, pain, who are struggling, either for reasons of physical ailment or spiritual help, that we want to extend our hearts and our wishes and our support to all of them and know that we are with them and supporting them. Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you lead us in a roll call, recognizing we have, I believe, two of our council members are virtually attending this meeting for different reasons, but they are present nonetheless.
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Cassett,
Here.
Counselor Castro,
Present.
Counselor Chavez,
Here.
Counselor Faulkner,
Here.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Here.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Present.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Present.
Mayor Weber.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. We need a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion to approve the agenda. Second.
Madam Clerk, before we vote on it, are there any changes that we need to know about?
No, Mayor.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. If there's no discussion, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Certainly. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. And has anything been taken from the consent agenda?
No, Mayor, nothing was removed.
In that case, I would ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Did you get that, Madam Clerk? Very
Yes, I did, Mayor.
good. We have a motion and a second to approve consent. Could you please call the roll on that?
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now if you would take us to the first item before us on the agenda following consent.
This is item 10, action items discussion agenda. 10A is approval of the committee review schedule for the resolution pertaining to the Soldiers Monument.
And Mayor Weber, councilors, this is a topic that I discussed with the clerk's office and with the legislative staff, looking at the governing body's rules and the motion that was made for the committee referrals for this legislation. And what happened was, I think the Historic Districts Review Board right away realized it was not going to have a quorum for its meeting on the 27th. So that meeting is canceled. Typically, under our procedural rules, the advisory committees, including the Historic Districts Review Board, are supposed to review legislation before it goes to our council committee meetings. In this case, that meeting is now scheduled for after those committee meetings, and the motion that passed included the dates of the council committee meetings. So we're coming back to either change the dates of the council committee meetings or keep them in the current dates, but have Historic Review Board after. So I think those are the two options. And
Mayor.
Veterans Advisory Board is another advisory committee that may or may not. Actually, it looks like they're looking at the 10th, so that would still be before. So it's primarily the Historic Districts Review Board we're talking about.
Councilor Mayor Worth?
So I'd like to make a motion that we allow the change of the schedule so that the H board would be heard after we started to hear the bill in the council committees.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adjust the schedule so that H board comes after the process begins with the committees, but they're not being eliminated from the process at all, if I understand your motion.
Correct.
Okay. Is there a discussion? Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll on that motion, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Could you take us then to the next item, please?
The next item is a request for approval of a budget amendment resolution to allocate $1,500,000 from the general fund available balance to fund moving costs and necessary office modifications to allow for relocation of the planning and land use department staff from City Hall to Market Station offices in the rail yard. And we have Sam Burnett here for questions.
Okay, I'd entertain a motion and then we can ask some questions of Mr. Burnett.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. Mr. Burnett, for those who are not familiar with this item or who are tuning in for the first time, maybe you could provide a explanation for what the allocation would achieve and why it's here in front of us.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor, councilors, thank you very much. Currently, at City Hall, we are operating with a pretty significant deficiency of available space for staff and operations. We have new staff coming in with no space to move them into, and having done a survey of city-owned space that's available to use as office space, we identified Market Station as the best suited for this purpose. We've developed a plan in conjunction with the Land Use Department to build out a facility for them there, which will consolidate their operations into one location, provide a greater level of access to the public, a higher level of functionality for that department, and free up space here at City Hall for other departments and divisions. And in a nutshell, that is the intention of this funding in that project.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Burnett? Michael Garcia, Councilor Michael Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hey, Sam. So last time we heard this was quality of life, and I asked if we could get a breakdown of staff. So thank you for providing that. It's helpful in regards to understand the level of staff that's moving into the space that was previously occupied by a greater amount of folks. And so I think my question is that given the difference in numbers, vast difference in numbers, so it's previously it was occupied by a much higher amount than folks that are currently proposed to move there. What do you want to feel free to share them with the public? I mean, but my question is, what is the plan for the remaining space? I mean, and including the boneyard, because I think that's a deeply untapped resource. And if we're going to begin to invest in the space at Market Street or Market Station, let's begin to invest and utilize that space that's just been sitting there for years. And if we're going to really look at investing in a city service center, could we begin to consolidate and have a one-stop shop, so to speak?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, thank you very much for the question. When it's been a bit since we moved staff out of Market Station. I think actually we are moving in a larger number of staff than used to exist there previously. I think a little over a dozen more staff will fit in with this new configuration. We've done a lot of work to configure the space optimally, really for, efficiency in terms of materials, cost, and functionality. So we are fitting a few more in. The boneyard, in regards to the boneyard space, the reason we've chosen to go with the old Market Station suite is that portion of our the part of that building we own is already built out. The boneyard, I think part of the reason it got that name is it is an undeveloped space. It has no, HVAC, plumbing, electrical, or interior architecture in it. And so the price tag on developing that for use is considerably higher than the old Market Station office suite. It absolutely is. It's in a great location. It definitely could be used for purposes sometime in the future, but at a significantly higher investment cost than the other space, which is why we chose to go the route we did, but still in our possession and still viable and on the table. In terms of consolidating city staff. We are tentatively scheduled to come before the governing body, I believe on the 11th of September, to provide a presentation on some preliminary planning and research we've done into the development of a consolidated city services center. And, until I think maybe until we're ready to, present that information at that time, I'll probably keep it at that high level.
Okay. And then I guess just in broad context, is there a long-term plan in place for facilities, given we will now have a vacant space at City Hall? I know in a previous meeting, you had said that it can help facilitate the onboarding of whether it be city attorney staff or finance staff, but that is a small number compared to the staff that currently occupies that space. So there's a lot of opportunity there. So what's the long-term plan for that space?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, again, thank you for the question. We have the process that we move through in a situation like this is kind of a cyclical process. The resources that go into, planning, designing, and, working through the nuances of, identifying and preparing a new space eats up a lot of our bandwidth. So how we approach a situation like this is right now, my team, I have 3 project managers putting a lot of time into working with the land use department, internally on, design work, bringing in vendors for pricing to determine how to move forward at Market Station. We know that we will open up space here at City Hall. As you saw in the information packet I sent out, we've identified what the real pain points are at City Hall. So once we begin to advance the Market Station project, project managers would peel off from that, come back to City Hall, start going through that cyclical process again, assessing spaces, assessing various departments or entities' needs inside of City Hall, and then begin the work of planning out how we can reutilize the space that would be opened up here. And so just as a matter of bandwidth, we're not able to do it all at the same time, but we do gather information as we work through this so that we're quickly able to move team members from Market Station over to City Hall and start redeploying that space as efficiently and effectively as possible.
Okay. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate that. As you're working to develop this plan, I would highly recommend we begin to think of how we're going to move the staff that are currently in lease space on Marcy Street out of that space. There's plenty of city facilities where we can accommodate staff. I don't want us to be in a situation where we're having to lease space like we unfortunately got ourselves into that predicament, which you heard my frustrations at the last meeting. At the end of the day, we've got to remember all of these costs are coming at the cost of the taxpayers. And if we're moving folks out, thinking new tenants are going to move in, and then they're not moving in, but we're getting ourselves into a lease, that's not good long-term planning. And that's why I asked about the long-term planning, because I think it's critical, especially if we are looking at options for a city service center. And what's the future of this facility? As we talked during the quality of life meeting, this is an aging building. Is it going to be able to accommodate the future needs of the city? If it is, then we best begin to invest in bringing it up to speed. If not, then we need to pivot, because spending $1 million to move staff, as we're proposing here, spending another $1 million to move staff as we did last year when we moved folks out of Market Street, that's $2 million right there that could have gone towards a long-term investment for the residents. And so I just ask that we begin to think of how we can provide the front-facing customer service opportunities that residents are deeply needing. So I'm in support of this because I'm hopeful that the concerns I've heard around land use and the services that folks are struggling to get that bottleneck can be opened up and we can get back to pre-COVID supports. I'm confident we can get there. So with that, no other questions. Thank you, Mr. Burnett. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Other questions or comments about this item? Yes, Counselor Lee Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Burnett, for being here once again. We've talked about this quite a lot in previous two committees. And so I just want to echo Counselor there, that I think our vision needs to be, how do we consolidate, but how do we give the community a better quality product of service? And at the end of the day, I think that's what is really important. It's really important that we do, we're fiscally, looking at this and making sure that we're not just spending the money to do it, to make, like I made a comment, just more legroom. Sometimes that can be a positive as well, more productivity. And so, one of the things that may be in the future also, because I think that land use is connected directly with public hearings for the planning commission. Maybe the Boneyard is a spot where you may have planning commission meetings instead of city hall. And so that could be something that could be a transition, just throwing an idea out there. They spend a lot of time at Board of Adjustment and, the historic board and all of those things. And so just again, trying to consolidate things and make it easier for everyone to be able to be there and access this for the public. And so again, I am in support of what's happening here. I do realize the moving around of departments and what the cost is. And I would also echo the fact that I think we do have space for some departments that are in leased properties, that we do get them out, because that's just excess money being spent. With that, Mayor, no other comments.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other speakers on this issue?
Motion to approve.
I think we have a motion already.
Second.
You have a question? You're good. I think we already had a motion already. All right, we're good. Better to have more than one than have none. Any other questions for Mr. Burnett? I think our counselors have touched on two very important points. It's a benefit to the public, and it's also part of our benefit to our working team. We want them to be in facilities that are good quality of work life and include recognition of how hard they work and provide space that is really commensurate with the level of effort they make, while being really mindful of service to the public, customer service, availability, accessibility. They both work hand in hand. So I see this as a benefit for both parts of the equation. Any other questions or comments? Madam Clerk, we have a motion. Do you want to call the roll, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Burnett. Could you take us to the next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor, the next item is 10C. It's a request for approval of a construction services contract with Davenport Construction Management LLC to demolish the pedestrian footbridge at Clausen Street for an amount not to exceed $219,753 inclusive of NMGRT. And the Parks and Open Space Project Administrator Scott Overly is here for questions.
There's also a C1. Do we need motions for both pieces?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. And there is also a request for approval of a budget amendment resolution for $219,753 from 0.5% GRT infrastructure reserves for emergency repairs to Parks WIP construction.
Thank you. So one motion that could include both items, if I could get a motion. Move to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion, there's a second. Perhaps for people unfamiliar with this item or who may be tuning in for the first time, you could provide a explanation of the issue here and how we're addressing it, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. Unfortunately, the pedestrian bridge that spans the Santa Fe River at Clausen Street that heads over towards the north to Alameda has suffered a structural failure. The south side of it has dropped about a foot. With that notification, we had it inspected by an engineer, and it was determined that unfortunately it is not repairable. And for that very reason and the concern for safety, we've decided that we really need to get that out quickly. And that's unfortunately the issue right here. Along with the work of taking the bridge out, we are also looking at the access point on the south side that comes off of Clausen Street, which is not to ADA compatibility, and we're going to remove that as well.
Okay. Questions? Councilor Garcia.
I'll ask this, and if you can answer it, I guess we'll shoot. I know this is addressing Clausen, but what about the bridge that's off of Shelby? Do we have a plan to address that bridge?
Mr.
Mayor, Robert, councilors, I don't think that's within the scope of this matter. It's about Clausen specifically.
Okay, I just, with that being said, we need to begin to address Shelby as well. That's been out years.
Fair enough. Other comments or questions? If this were to be passed, how rapidly would the work proceed and would we see it getting done? Because I think it is there is an issue of safety here.
Mr. Mayor and councilors, we're looking to try to get this as quickly as possible. There is some testing that needs to be done with maybe a little bit of time for return on the reports, but even that will be fast tracked.
Okay, thank you. I do note that we're moving this forward because of a concern for public safety. It is in some ways an attractive nuisance. People think they can make it across, and we don't want folks trying it and finding themselves in danger. Any other questions or comments? Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll, please?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor and councilors, thank you very much.
Before we go to the next item, Madam Clerk, I notice we're beginning to get a pretty full chamber. I want to make sure everybody knows what the process is. If you haven't been here before for petitions from the floor, we've adopted a policy that tries to schedule that as close to 7 o'clock as possible. Just so you're fully informed. We don't want to be, even if we got to it sooner, there are people who come in on Zoom or other, or try to get here in person to try to hit the 7 o'clock hour as close as possible. So if that's what you're here for, petitions from the floor, and you haven't appeared before, that's just to give you a little bit of a time check so you know roughly when we'll be coming back to that item on the agenda.
Mayor and councilors, if I may also add that we do have Spanish translation and ASL services available.
Thank you. Good reminder. I should have mentioned that at the beginning. So could you take us to the next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Certainly, Mayor. The next item is 10D. It's a request for approval of the First Amendment to item 23-0459, Cooperative Project Agreement, Construction Work Control Number S100770 with New Mexico Department of Transportation for the Tierra Contenta Trail Extension to extend the term through December 30th, 2025. And we have the Complete Streets Capital Projects Manager, Romela Glorioso Mas, here for questions.
I'd entertain a motion before we go to that.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Welcome. Maybe you can, again, give us a description of the purpose of this item on the agenda, where we are with this project and what the extension is about.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, members of the council. Good evening. So the staff is requesting for the governing body to approve the first amendment to the cooperative project agreement S-100-770, that is to construct the Tierra Contenta extension project for $2 million. The original cooperative project agreement is expiring on September 30, 2024. And we had, so the agreement is only for 1 year. However, we were able to bid out this project last July, and the pre-bid conference was held on August 2nd, and the bid opening is scheduled on September 3rd. So 2 months prior the expiration of this funding agreement, staff requested the NMDOT and the Federal Highway Administration to extend the term of the funding agreement, which was granted. And the new term is now expiring on December 30, 2025, which gives the city ample time to construct this project. At the pre-bid conference, there were 7 contractors who attended the meeting. The meeting is non-mandatory because the funding is coming from the federal government. So on September 3rd, we may be lucky and get a lot of bids. And if there is a winning bid, the construction could start as early as December. And it could last maybe 6 to 9 months. The project will extend the Tierra Contenta from Buffalo Grass to South Meadows. It is 0.38 mile long. It's off-road, it's cement, and it will provide safe route to Sweeney Elementary School and Ortiz Middle School. And eventually, when we're finished with this project, there is a plan to connect it to the Arroyo Chamisos Trail, which enables community members to access all the services downtown. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Weber and members of the council.
Thank you. That was very thorough. Appreciate it. Questions on this?
To approve.
Second.
Oh,
We did
we
that.
did.
Yeah, that's okay. It's okay. That's fine. It's double checking is a good thing.
We're just excited about this trail project, Romella.
Exactly.
The description was so enticing. We just can't wait. Any other questions or comments for the project manager?
One brief.
Yes, Counselor Faulkner.
I just, as a community member of Tierra Contenta, I think this is going to be great. And anything you need for me to help get this done, I'm more than willing to help.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Could you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro, Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate you. Could you take us to the next item then, Madam Clerk?
Certainly, Mayor. The next item is 10E. It's a request for approval of amendment number 1 to increase the original contract amount with Arthur J. Gallagher Brokerage Services to reflect current insurance premiums in the amount of $4,372,167.27 for fiscal year 2025 and $8,819,805.37 for previous years. And I believe we have Melanie Lovato, the risk manager, available virtually.
Virtually, okay. Let's get a
To
motion.
approve.
There's a motion and a second to approve this item. Ms. Lovato, do you want to give us a overview of the proposal and the process? Any of the key points you want to make about the process that got us to this point and where we go from here with our insurance? Knowing that you're virtual.
Mayor, members of the governing body, this amendment was to correct our current contract with AJ Gallagher to properly account for the annual insurance monies processed through the broker. This adjustment is required to ensure accurate financial reporting, compliance with contractual and regulatory requirements. So we are tentatively scheduled to go to governing body on September 25th with a presentation from AJ Gallagher on our current insurance. And for questions.
Are there questions on this item at this time? Madam Clerk, Councilor Castro's had to step away for a minute, but if you wouldn't mind calling the roll, I think we still have a quorum.
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro. Oh,
He's just stepped out for a
Counselor
minute.
Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you. And I think we will give Counselor Castro a pass on this one. Could you then take us to the next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Certainly, Mayor. The next item on the agenda is matters from the city manager.
Mr. Blair.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Happy almost end of August. Just a few quick things. First is a reminder to everyone that the city will be closed on Monday, September 2nd for Labor Day. We will also be closed the afternoon of Friday, September 6th. We'll be closing our city facilities at noon in honor of Fiestas de Santa Fe. We are working, I know that a presentation was given, I think at the finance committee meeting recently about the work being done around the internal audit. I know there's a request for it to come to a governing body meeting. And so we're hoping that will land either at one of the September meetings sometime soon. So we're trying to get that scheduled for you. And then just finally, just really want to say, again, the extraordinary work of city employees to make Santa Fe's biggest events happen. Like, I can't say enough good things about the people that are doing this. From police and fire to our streets teams, to ESD, environmental services, to parks, to the employees who sit in city buildings who are pushing the contracts and everything else through. I came to work Monday morning after Indian Market, and it was like it didn't even happen. The streets were perfectly clean. Everything was gone. It was amazing. And clearly, as we lead up to the biggest night of the year in Santa Fe for Zozobra on Friday night, all the work that city employees do, it's extraordinary how much of a city-led effort this is. And that's not to discount at all the great work that Ray Sandoval and the team at Kiwanis do and their band of volunteers that they have and the community donors. But the sheer volume of work that city employees do to make this a safe and successful event is extraordinary. And I just wanted to express my gratitude to all of them for that. Beyond that, just want to encourage everyone to please be safe, both for the night of Zozobra and all the festivities around it, and also for Fiestas weekend, the weekend after. But please be safe, have fun, and que viva. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item is matters from the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor, City Councilors. All I have this evening is recommending an executive session, and that's in accordance with subpart H7 of the Open Meetings Act, section 10-15-1, specifically attorney-client privilege, discussion of pending and threatened litigation, in particular potential litigation regarding reservoir construction, and the case Unión Protectiva de Santa Fe versus Mayor Weber and the city of Santa Fe.
Councilor
Mayor?
Mayworth, are you
Yeah.
equipped to make a motion?
I am. I move that we enter into executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. I believe it was section 10-15-1H, subpart 7, for discussion of threatened or pending litigation in which the governing body is or may become a participant.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to go into an executive session. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro, Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. For those who are not, close followers of city council meetings, we're going to go into an executive session. We will keep an eye on the clock. We try, as I said earlier, to, go to, petitions from the floor as close to 7 o'clock as possible, and we'll try to do our very, very best to adhere to that time schedule. But we are currently, going into executive session, and will take up matters, as referenced by the city attorney.
Wow. Yeah, what the hell happened here? I know, I know. Hey, you guys. Huh? Yeah. Huh? I don't. This is not.
Mayor Weber, you are live.
Okay, great. Thank you. We are back in session from our executive session. Please, everybody, please stay quiet to the best of your ability. I know we're all jammed in here. We'll get to the petitions from the floor in a minute. We have a few items we have to try to get to first. So, Councilor Mayor-Worth, do you have a motion to bring us back from executive session?
I do. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1J, I move that the governing body reconvene in open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. Before we go any further, I want to just note a few things that are, should be obvious to all of us. First, we're bursting at the seams in the council chambers, and we've got people waiting to get in to have a chance when it is petitions from the floor. We will ask everybody when we get to that item on the agenda to keep their comments to 2 minutes, at which point the clerk who is keeping the clock will ask you to please stop. We are also very happy tonight that we have translation services, both for Spanish language as well as for sign language, and that is a benefit. If you need that service, please identify yourself and we'll make it available to you to the best of our ability. And the third thing I would say is if you are new to a governing body meeting, please remember to behave with civility and decorum and respect for everybody, whether you agree with what they're saying or not. We don't applaud, we don't boo, we listen respectfully and give everybody the opportunity to be heard with the same degree of civility as we would want for ourselves. So it's a jam-packed meeting. It'll be really beneficial if we all demonstrate that degree of respect, civility, and dignity for everybody who is in the room. With that, Madam Clerk, do you want to take us to the next item on the agenda?
Certainly, Mayor. The next item is 13A. It is an executive session action item. It's approval of a concurrent conflict of interest waiver for Attorney Randy Bartel from Spencer Fane to represent the city of Santa Fe while awaiting final disposition of settled matter with potential defendant in reservoir construction matter.
Madam City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. And I am able to withdraw this request because we have determined there is not a conflict. Thank you.
Okay, so that item is disposed of. The next item, Madam Clerk?
Next item is matters from the city clerk. I have nothing to report at this time.
Very well. I think if we go to communications from the governing body and we each try to keep it brief, we'll hit the 7 o'clock timetable with pretty good precision. And I think given some of the items that I know will be addressed in petitions from the floor, members of the governing body may want to speak about it before we even get to that. So let me start to my left. Councilor Lee Garcia, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First off, I just want to again thank the Tierra Real community. Once again, we were out there last week and helping them to clean up an area that needs to be that needs a lot of attention, and the community, just kudos to them that they're going and doing what they're doing. Also, I'd just like to address, I mean, there's a lot of people here in the room, and I would just ask that everyone, even though you're passionate about what's happening or what you're here to talk about, that we just also address everyone up here with as much respect as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Cassett?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It's we're not used to giving communications to actually such a large audience. So nice that people will hear them today. And really do thank you all for coming out here and for your participation in local government and some of these important issues. I don't have much today. I just, as I've been doing, want to keep everybody up to date on what's been happening in the Quality of Life Committee. At our last meeting, we had a presentation on the Office of Economic Development and the strategic plan and general updates from the Office of Economic Development. So if you're interested in what's happening with economic development in the city, I highly recommend you take a look at that presentation. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Faulkner?
So I'd like to thank the Tierra Real community as well. It was an amazing cleanup, and I think they are a shining example of what community can do in District 3. I also want to thank everyone who showed up tonight. Our district is not known for participating in the government process, and you showing up helps us be better leaders. And so be mindful and respectful. Our district has a lot of dignity and we respect each other, and we want to hold to that as a district. And I'm proud of all of you and I respect all of you for coming out.
Thank you. Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome, everyone. I think what I need to remind everyone of is that Friday night is the 100th burning of Zozobra. And I hope that everyone turns out and has a great time. The Kiwanis have put a massive amount of effort into preparing a terrific show for Santa Fe, and we're going to have a great time. So see you at Zozobra. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Michael Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank everybody that came out last week for the town hall that I hosted on the topic of public safety and crime. It was a great conversation. It definitely was the starting point. It is not the end point. There'll be more conversations. I'm actually tallying up all the info I collected last week to plan the next conversation. It's looking like the beginning of October. I'm happy to hear that the risk enterprise presentation is going to be given. I would recommend that it focus more on the results versus the process, because the results are actually what's going to guide us. In the theme of presentations, I'm going to respectfully ask that the BPAC strategic plan presentation be given to the governing body. We were scheduled to give it June 10th, and it's been 2 months later, and BPAC's been eagerly waiting to present that strategic plan, given some of the conversation earlier this year. And then lastly, on the topic of unanticipated GRT, I am formally going to request that Mayor Weber prioritize public health and public safety as the priority for any unanticipated GRT expenditures. That's all I got. And thank you to everybody for coming out tonight. You're a perfect example of power and democracy. Please show up. Please be respectful, but please make sure that you understand that your voice is powerful, and don't make tonight just a one-time thing. Please continue to show up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to focus on the community that's here. I've had the privilege of working with our Southside community a lot of my career here in Santa Fe. Southside is underserved, under-resourced, and many of the things that they have and the needs they've met, they've done it by their own efforts and their own advocacy. And so I just want, this is what those efforts and advocacy looks like. It's a community that rallies together to make sure that their neighbors' needs are met. And, you know, it's been through private partnership, it's been through neighbors working together, it's been community putting their heads together to advocate. And I hope that we represent that well tonight. When we bring up concerns, we show that Southside community of making our community better, be working hand in hand in moving it towards progress, making sure that all of our neighbors' needs are met in a positive and respectful way. But I think that what a lot of people miss about our Southside community is what's in this room right now, which is they are powerful. And if people won't take care of things for them, they will take care of things themselves. But I do want to say, with the city officials that are sitting up here, many of us see the power of our Southside community and respect it and value it very much. So thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you, Counselor. Wait, I'm gonna remind you that as a general rule, we don't applaud, we don't boo. There's a universal sign for clapping without clapping. If you want to do that, please do that. But generally speaking, if you get into clapping, you get into booing. And if you get into booing, you get into people arguing with each other. And we'd rather keep it absolutely respectful and civil and dignified. So we also don't get into broad-based conversations. You're going to have a chance to come to the podium, and please use that opportunity, not speaking out from the audience if possible. Counselor Castro.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias a todos. Thank you. Buenas noches. No voy a decir mucho, pero sí voy a usar la oportunidad de comentar que nosotros tenemos hoy la oportunidad de mostrar quién somos como comunidad, que tenemos compasión, que sabemos cómo apreciar a las cosas buenas que están en nuestra comunidad. También entendiendo qué son las cosas que esta cámara, estas personas pueden hacer mejor para nosotros. Estas son las personas que deciden dónde se gasta el dinero en esta ciudad y tenemos hoy la oportunidad de hacer nuestras voces escuchadas por todos, pero también por nuestros compañeros, en decir esto es lo que queremos para Santa Fe y esto es lo que no queremos para Santa Fe. No es de distrito, no es de qué color de piel tengo, pero es más de ser una comunidad y entender que todos tenemos el derecho de estar seguros, felices y tener donde vivir. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Counselor. And Counselor Maraworth, you are zooming in from our screen. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening to the community that showed up tonight. Really look forward to the remarks you all will provide to the governing body. Couple of things. The Finance Committee on Monday night did hear about the enterprise risk management work that is going on in the city and the 2-year internal audit plan that has been determined and recommended by the audit committee. If you are interested in those things, I highly recommend you go back and watch the YouTube presentation that was given Monday night. We will be hearing this, as has been mentioned, at the governing body, but I think it is a good baseline of the process and how the risk management report itself fits into a broader process that leads us to a 2-year internal audit plan, which is very important for local governments in helping us to continue to improve our processes and our systems and procedures. Wanted to mention the Shelby Street Bridge came up earlier tonight. Want the community to know, because I think there's growing interest in what's happening with that bridge. The legislature in the 2024 session appropriated $240,000. That money will be used for design and to begin the historic review on either rebuilding or replacing that bridge, still undetermined because we don't have any design work. That grant agreement has to be received by the city. It's processed and put into the budget. It takes approximately 2 months from the receipt of the grant agreement from the state, and then the city procures and enters into contract for design services and gets state approval to proceed with expenditures. This process takes another 3 to 5 months, depending on procurement and state turnaround, and design is expected to take 6 months. As the design progresses, public engagement will occur, and it's required, and construction cost estimates will be developed. So please stay tuned. This is a very important bridge, I think, for the downtown area, and we want to see it repaired and replaced and rebuilt, whatever the design requirements specify. So really look forward to getting that work underway. But we are very fortunate to have a $240,000 grant from the state legislature to begin that work. That's all I have for tonight, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor. I'm going to entertain a motion now that we, since it's pretty much spot on 7 o'clock, that we change the order of business and go directly to petitions from the floor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second that we go from the current order of items on the agenda to directly to the petitions from the floor. Is there any discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Great. So we're about to go to petitions from the floor. I want to revisit a couple of things for those who are in the room and those who are waiting to come in the room. We do have headsets if anyone is looking for translation services. Please make your need known and we'll try to share what we have. We do have signing going on as well If you can't see it, please let us know, and we'll try to seat you in a location where you will be able to see the signing and take advantage of that. If you haven't participated in a petitions from the, yeah,
Can someone repeat that in Spanish? Because if you only say it in English, then the people who need the headphones won't know that they need them. Sorry.
I want to be very, very clear about the process because we are in an overflow mode and we have to observe fire code. So if you've had a chance to say your piece and you've spoken, please do exit the room, and you can watch outside on a screen, but we need to let the next individual in because we are observing a limit because of our fire code. So after your opportunity to speak, if you'll just exit and let the next person who's waiting their turn come in, everyone who's come out tonight to speak and have their views heard will have an opportunity to make it into the room one at a time. And I do want to politely remind everyone to try to be respectful. Don't cheer, don't boo, cheer with your hands, but be mindful that people don't always disagree, but we try not to be people don't always agree, but we try not to be disagreeable with each other and to be respectful and civil. So with that, the clerk will keep the time. When 2 minutes is up, she'll let you know. And when you come to the podium, please just give us your name. And if you have an address you want to include or a street, that would also be helpful. Let's start. Where's the mic? Is the mic on for you? You have to click the button.
And Mayor and Councilor, I think we have a couple announcements. We're gonna have one from one of our translators, but then I have one as well.
Okay.
Is it on? Okay. This is a quick announcement for Spanish speakers. Ya tenemos interpretación disponible y si ya no tienen un aparato, tenemos los audífonos disponibles. Por favor, levanten la mano para que podamos repartir los audífonos y puede escuchar en español. Gracias.
Thank you. And Madam City Attorney.
Mayor and Councilor, I just heard that there may have been something spread to the community saying that they should pay in order to speak. That is never the case. Petitions from the floor is always available to any member of the community. It is always free. Siempre es gracias para hablar. Gracias. Siempre es gracias, sí, para hablar en nuestro. Sí, siempre es gratis para hablar en cualquier idioma acá y aquí. You never have to pay to speak here, and no one should ever charge you to speak here. Nunca tienen que pagar para hablar en este lugar. Siempre es gratis.
Solo para recalcar que hay alguien que ha dicho que tal vez se tiene que pagar por hablar. Definitivamente no se tiene que pagar nunca para hablar en esta cámara.
Thank you. So with that, please step up and you have the floor for 2 minutes to speak to anything you want to talk about.
No sé por dónde empezar, ya que es un hecho. La comunidad, el sur, es la más perjudicada con la delincuencia, asesinato, drogas, entre otras cosas más. Buscamos respuesta de la ciudad de Santa Fe, que no nos digan por qué quieren parar una comunidad que quiere ir a dar sus quejas a sus alcaldes y city council de todo lo que está pasando en su distrito, lo que tenemos que sufrir por no tener suficientes servicios, ya que la policía no se da abasto a nuestras llamadas y muchas veces ni pueden llegar a los negocios o residencias porque por lo visto no nos roben o vandalicen nuestros hogares y trabajos. No es suficiente, pero sí es suficiente extra seguridad privada en el Distrito Norte y que la policía de Santa Fe se ponga a buscar a un individuo que estuvo amenazado de un dueño de negocios. Tuvieron el suficiente tiempo para buscarlo, encontrarlo y procesarlo, pero en mi distrito eso no pasa. Allá no hay suficiente ayuda para buscar quién está amenazando a los pequeños negocios y quién está vandalizando hogares y carros. Entendemos que estamos cortos de policía, pero eso no es causa para dejarnos sin protección, así como han dejado sin protección a los hombres, sin asistencia mental, sin servicios básicos. No han creado más centros de rehabilitaciones, más programas para prevenir a los jóvenes que caigan en drogas, shelters para jóvenes, para que las personas que salen de prisión tengan un programa de rehabilitación. Estamos en decadencia como ciudad. Ya no somos la ciudad diferente. Somos igual que muchas ciudades que están convirtiéndose en lugares inseguros, en comunidades que no pueden decir lo que piensan porque sus representantes quieren callar sus voces. No tienen asistencia como intérpretes en español en ninguna de sus juntas, ya que tuve que pedir 3 días antes para este servicio. Tenemos derecho de libertad de expresión, pero ¿cómo podemos expresarnos si no quieren escuchar por nuestros idiomas? No nos quieren escuchar por nuestro idioma, siendo el 50.1% de la población que habla hispana americana en Nuevo México.
Thank you. Your time is up, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm wondering for people who don't, is there a way to give us you're going to do it for us. Thank you very much, because I don't want to have it be absolutely lost to the record.
This is a repetition of what she said. I don't know where to start since it's a fact that District 3, the community of the South, has the highest impact of crime, murder, drugs, and other large issues. We look for answers from the city of Santa Fe to explain to us why they don't want a community that wants to give to us to give their complaints to the mayor and the city council, the complaints of everything that is happening in our district. What we have suffered for not having enough services since the police do not supply themselves to our residences. Apparently, it is okay for homeless and criminals to steal from us or vandalize our homes and work. But there is enough private security in the Northern District and Santa Fe Police to go looking for an individual who was threatening a business owner. They had enough time to look for him, find him, and process him. But in my district, that doesn't happen. We understand we're short on police, but that's not an excuse to leave us unprotected. Just as without programs for the homeless, without mental assistance, without basic services, they have not created more rehabilitation centers, more programs to prevent young people from falling into drugs, shelters for young people to have rehabilitation programs. We are in a decline as a city. We are no longer the different city we are, equal to many cities that are becoming unsafe places and communities. We cannot say what we think to our elected officials. Why? The representatives want to silence our voices, not having assistance as interpreters in Spanish in any of their meetings, since you have to ask 3 days before meetings for translation services. New Mexico has the largest Latino presence in the United States, and we still have to beg to be heard.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Council, Mayor, thank you this evening. I understand the form of respect that we were talking about.
You're going to have to be a little louder.
You got it, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go. One of the things that I wanted to
And
bring up,
start with your name.
John Paul Granillo,
Thank you.
and I'm a Southside resident. One of the things that I wanted to bring up is the idea of Pete's Place moving. Now, everybody heard it, the idea of it possibly moving to the south side. Everybody's confirmed there was a site visit to the detention center. I'm not discrediting it or trying to put light on it, but what I am saying is we're already underserved in certain areas in those districts, and we understand that also in October, there's a vote to renew the lease of where Pete's is. I would believe that if Pete's is going to move, right, if Interfaith is going to move, that the city and the state would have the opportunity to assist in creating programmatic stuff prior to it moving to another place. Doesn't matter what district it's in. It's the idea of the amount of crime that's happening in our community that's causing the issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could we have the next speaker, please?
All for hearing me tonight.
Please be very clear in the mic.
Thank you all for hearing us tonight, and those who recognize the South Side needs. We definitely need quite a bit. I'm sure Mr. Garcia wouldn't like campers behind his tire store, setting up camp. I'm a lifelong resident here. I've seen the city change quite a bit. And I think everybody in this room can recognize that there is a major problem on Cerrillos Road. Cerrillos Road looks like Central Avenue. I'm disgusted. Who's going to address the crime? These fine men in blue can't even keep up with it. These are the finest who take care of our city. And to metastasize the cancer out to Airport Road is ridiculous. Where's the work? Where's the homeless to work programs? Where's the incentive to get off drugs? What have you done, Mayor, to address this issue? It's a complete growth. It's ridiculous. It's a dump. And I don't want to see Airport Road be known for taco trucks and homeless camps. You guys have an obligation to the city, not just to serve the east side, but to serve the south side, the west, everybody. It took us 40 years to get sewers. That I came to this council every year to try and get sewers for Vereda de Valencia. Took 40 years. How long are you going to let this problem grow? It's your responsibility to keep this city different, clean, and a place to raise our children. Everyone on the south side is where the families are. If you guys set that homeless camp up on the east side, I know those people are going to figure out a solution.
Sir, before you step away from the mic, sir, we didn't get your name at the beginning.
Name is Isaac Dean.
Thank you.
Vereda de Valencia.
Thank you, sir. Could we have the next speaker, please?
Good
You
evening,
have
everyone,
the floor.
for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I actually have more questions than I have statements, and I've been living here in Santa Fe for a year. I moved from the Midwest, and I care very much about the city. Right now, I'm living in temporary housing, so it'll be very easy for me to move. However, I would like to be part of the solution. And so I'm wondering, how close are you to making a decision on this? Is this final stage decision, or is this going to matter? Can you answer my questions?
No, this is actually your chance to talk to us. We don't do dialogue during petitions
Okay.
from the floor. But
Okay,
we do
so
note your questions for sure.
So then what I'm going to leave you with is, I'm interested in being part of a solution, a real solid solution. And not just locally, globally. I would like to see this problem taken care of. If you have a committee, if you have a forum where you invite people to bring forward ideas for solutions, not complaints, I would like to be part of that. And I would also like to be part of helping to form a think tank of people outside of Santa Fe, including Finland, who seems to have a good solution started. I'd also be curious about donor money and how we get money for, you know, a solution like this. And yeah, if there's anything that I can do to be a part of it. My name again is Diane Kaber, and I live in the District 3 right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I just want to add to her comment about Finland.
Excuse me. If you're it's okay with everybody for you to come forward and not be in line. That's okay with me too.
Apologize, that's not what I was trying to do. Are you okay with me?
We need your,
Okay, bye.
we do need your name and.
My name's Erica Rael.
There you
And
go.
I'm a single mom of 4 beautiful children, and I live on the south side.
Thank
I
you.
work full-time. I go to college full-time. And I want to say that I'm really proud of our community for showing up today. Like I was saying, I did a report recently on Finland. And in 1986, they had a homeless population of over 18,000. Today, their homeless population is at 3,000. So I agree with her.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, you have the floor.
Afternoon, Counselor, Mayor. My name is Jeff Pinkerton. I live on Calle Nueva Vista, and I'm a proud Southside resident. I'm also the Executive Director of Special Education for Santa Fe Public Schools. I'm not here on an official capacity to talk about Santa Fe Public Schools, other than I'm here to advocate for our students on the south side of Santa Fe Public Schools. I am very concerned. We have a lot of special education students that walk, that commute to school and walk our neighborhoods. And I'm very, very concerned about placement of this facility where there's no other resources that would be there to support a shelter like this. I feel it is very important that you take extra consideration. That is the heart and soul of our city, the working community that lives and supports this city in all facets of it. I'm proud of our community, and I think it is very important that you take extra consideration, especially for our students, for our families, for our working families, for all of us that live and work in this community. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
My name is Joe Dean, and I'm a man of few words. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna say something. Here we go, kicking that can down the road, a little bit further down the road. But it's gotta stop. Why don't you just get the situation, clip it, do whatever we have to do to clip it where it's at. Don't spread it all over town. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you have the floor, sir. Or somebody else. Well, they're not in line. They're waiting. This is because it's a standing room only crowd. So if you want to come forward and fill the line, that'll make it clearer and easier whose turn is next. Yes, you do have the floor.
Okay, good evening, council members. I'm Angel, and I'm here tonight not as a concerned resident of Calle Inez, but as a voice of an entire community that is outraged by the proposal to move a homeless shelter into our neighborhood on the south side of Santa Fe. A community filled with children, elderly residents, and multiple school zones. Let me be clear, we're not against helping the homeless, but this plan is reckless, irresponsible. You're talking about bringing crime, drugs, and violence right into the heart of a neighborhood where our children play, where our seniors deserve peace, and where families are trying to build a future. Shame on you for even considering dumping this problem on our doorstep. How dare you put our community at risk like this? Every day, our children walk to school, wait at bus stops, and play in our streets and parks. This shelter would expose them to dangers no child should have to face. You wouldn't dare do this in a more affluent part of town. So why target us? This isn't just about a shelter. It's about our safety, our security, and our right to live without fear. You're gambling with our lives, and we won't stand for it. This shelter will devastate small businesses that are lifeblood of our local economy. Increased crime and loitering will scare away customers, leaving hardworking families to bear the brunt of your poor decision. We demand better from you. Instead of bringing our community down, invest into something that will elevate us. Build resources that empower our residents and uplift the homeless community, not endanger them. Our homeless population is made up of American citizens, many of whom are veterans or people in desperate need of health care that our state seems unwilling to invest in. They deserve real solutions, not just relocation to another vulnerable community. Our children are a product of their environment. Give them an environment that inspires growth, safety, and success, not one that puts them in harm's way. Look around at the faces of your community. Are you going to protect them, or are you going to disappoint them?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Heaven. I'm in Rancho Zia area. I'm here to speak on behalf of our community. We all know that homelessness is a complex issue that requires compassion and action, but what's happening now is neither compassionate nor responsible. Moving a non-regulated homeless community to an old prison yard near schools, family-owned businesses, and elderly homes is not a solution. It's simply pushing a problem out of sight with no real plan to address the root causes. We're talking about people struggling with addiction, mental health issues, and a lack of basic necessities. Give them a space without any support services only exacerbates the issues. We are not just displacing these problems, we're bringing them directly to the heart of our community, where they will negatively impact our children, our small businesses, and our elderly residents. We must demand more than just a temporary fix. We need real solutions that involve support services such as addiction treatment, mental health care, sanitation facilities to help these individuals rebuild their lives. Simply relocating them without a plan for their well-being is just not fair for them. It is unfair to our community. Let's work together to find a solution that doesn't push these issues out of sight, but addresses it in a way that is safe, sustainable, and compassionate for everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Charlene Sandoval and I live at Tierra Real. Putting the shelter is a bad idea. That neighborhood is already struggling with so much, but I do see a lot of my neighbors are hard workers. I also work for the city of Santa Fe. So, you know, I see what the police department goes through. I see them, you know, constantly, they're over there. And I just think that's gonna make it a lot harder on the people that live in the area as well as our officers. I think that they definitely do need some type of help, you know, the drugs, the mental health. I worked at the emergency shelter when COVID started. They moved me from the airport over there, so I'm well aware of the homeless community. I also worked at transit. So I know that they do need help, but I think pushing them to the outskirts is gonna just make it harder for a lot of us that go to work. You know, I have a neighbor that's elderly and I have cameras that constantly watch her house. I'm a single mother. I still have my son at home. So I'm hoping that you guys will do something and please not put them over there. You know, it's just gonna make it harder for us. We're already struggling on that side. A lot of people do work. I understand that community. It's, you know, there's bad people everywhere, but I'm really hoping that you guys think about something else.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, you have the floor.
Governing body, my name is Esteban Gonzalez and I'm a proud resident of District 3. I was born and raised in Santa Fe. I do not recall the streets of Santa Fe looking as they do today. I am here today to proactively object to any relocation plans for the property Pete's Place and object to opening any new homeless establishments within District 3 boundaries. A homeless shelter in District 3 will certainly degrade the quality of life. District 3 has the highest population under 18 years of age or children. We have the lowest population over 18 years of age, which means we have the lowest voting power. We have the highest Hispanic population, and I would think that we have the lowest median household income. There is no equity or improvement resulting from establishing a homeless shelter in District 3. Airport, Rodeo, Cerritos Road is the heart of Santa Fe's youth and working class. Opening a shelter will add stress and anxiety to the lives of the hardworking people of Districts 3 and 4, who are often too busy working or taking care of their children to attend every governing body meeting to voice their concerns. You've heard the saying, if you build it, they will come. Opening a larger shelter in any district will only bring more homeless to the city of Santa Fe from surrounding states and cities. Whose homeless are we actually helping? My relative was a lifetime Santa Fe resident whom retired from the Santa Fe public schools and sadly fell into addiction problems. When they lost their home here, we found no public resources here in Santa Fe for rehabilitation and housing. They had to move to Albuquerque to find housing. Why are we trying to solve a nationwide problem at a microscopic and local level? We are allowing homeless from other states and cities to come in and take advantage of our resources meant to help the locals of Santa Fe who have fallen into homelessness, hard times, or addiction. Our comments today are a proactive approach to inform the governing body that a shelter in District 3 or 4 is not an alternative. I trust that you will properly vet any future efforts through the public involvement process and environmental impact process when using public resources or funds to solve this challenging problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Stephen Fox, founder of United Nations Santa Fe. That's a United Nations flag there. So this message is for friends, Santa Feans, inquiring minds. As Julius Caesar said 2,000 years ago, lend me your ears. Atlanta's Center for Disease Control announced in advance next month's bird flu. 9 out of 10 articles on that originate in Seattle. William Henry Gates III and Melinda French Gates live in Redmond, Washington. Both were indicted for pharmaceutical genocide in the Hague International Criminal Court, December 6, 2021, in case OTP CR 473021, clarifying that you should not line up like lemmings to get the jab, including all threats of, quote, job security, unquote. Robert Kennedy, in his most recent Fox News interview, spoke of Wall Street Journal being worried about big drops in pharmaceutical stock prices. Please look at that. And also his podcast conversation between Kennedy and Kentucky Senator Randall Howard Paul, eye surgeon, born in Pennsylvania, one of only 3 US senators who didn't get injected. He was asked, Senator Paul was asked, where did you get your immunity from? He said, from God. Now that we're on that subject, I want you to know that the Archbishop got a promotion. He's now a cardinal. So you ought to congratulate him. Archbishop John Charles Wester. I could tell you why, but it takes too long. Okay, final subject. Next to final subject. Bearcats for $1.1 million. Mierda de Toro. Divide that into quarters. $275,000 to set up United Nations Santa Fe and 75% for food stamps for the many now starving people in Santa Fe.
Thank you, Mr. Fox.
A lot more. I'll send it to you in an email.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Name's Arthur Leroy Romero, and I live in the south side, and I oppose any movement of any shelter towards the south side. I also have a property close to Harrison. And if you move that thing anywhere, or if it moves anywhere, you're just going to multiply that problem. They already have a stronghold in that area. They know where their drugs are. They know where to get a hold of whatever they want at any given time. And if it's moved, they will move with it. They're like cockroaches. And all I can say is it's a bigger problem than possibly you believe, or lack of a better word, ignorant towards. But I would encourage any one of you, any one of the counselors, to go with me to a homeless camp and see what it's like being there. I have some pictures. I can show you where it's at, and you can see how they live, and you can see how they move from place to place to place, and the police keep having them move from place to place to place. And that's not right for this city. It's not right for the property owners, and it's not right for this governing body to continue living that. So I invite any one of you to get a hold of me, and I'll take you to a homeless camp so you can see what it's really like. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you. My name is EJ Volkman. I want to say thank you to the mayor and to the city councilors for being here. I would like to remind the city council and the mayor that all of you sit in the seats that you do because of the voice of Santa Feans, and that the voice of Santa Feans believe that the people of the city council and the mayor have one word, which is called integrity. One thing that I want to mention is it's not just a District 3 issue of moving Pete's Place from one position to another. It involves the entire population of Santa Fe. We've spoken about homeless. We have spoken about the residents of District 3. Specifically, I want to call attention to the most vulnerable population, in my opinion, which is the age 13 to 18 age range of Santa Fe, the majority of which live on the south side. One thing that I have noticed is that the Boys and Girls Club have 3 different locations on the south side, and the city of Santa Fe has its own teen center also located on the south side. This tells me that the city recognizes that there is a need to service children from 13 to 18 years old in a safe, friendly environment, and that appears to be manifested on the south side of Santa Fe. I also want to point out that this population of 13 to 18-year-olds, most of who do not have the ability to drive, are using they're either using pedestrian methods, they're using bicycles, they're using some sort of non-motorized transportation to go from their neighborhoods, from where they're playing, from school to their house, and from their house to these teen centers where they can learn values and become productive members of the city. If Pete's Place, and I have seen the New Mexican state that this may be a rumor, so let's also state if Pete's Place closes down and Tony's Place opens up, in the same vein, that that does not show integrity on our city council when they consider the needs of the 13 to 18-year-olds who will one day ideally be sitting in the same positions that you are today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please, you have the floor.
Gracias. Buenas noches. Yo soy Alicia Vadillo, soy educadora bilingüe, trabajo para las escuelas públicas y además soy muy orgullosa residente del área sur de Santa Fe. Tengo 18 años viviendo en Santa Fe y he visto cómo ha ido creciendo de ser en el área en donde yo vivo Cisrita del Norte, muy cerca de Ramírez Tomás. Antes todo eso eran campos y ahora está completo de casas. He notado cómo la criminalidad, el tráfico y ahora el problema que recientemente que tenemos en la ciudad de las gentes que no tienen hogar. So I'm going to translate this in English. I'm Alicia Vadillo. I'm a bilingual educator here living. I'm a proud resident from Santa Fe, and I work from Santa Fe Public Schools. And I've been living in Santa Fe for 18 years, and I've been in that area. And I saw how this community has been growing. Before, it was just fields around me, and now I see everything is covered with houses and all the problems that come with that, crime, traffic, and now with the problem that we are seeing with the homeless. Lo que yo quiero expresarle es mi verdadera preocupación de que esta población o este centro pase al área sur de la ciudad, que realmente siempre hemos sido más atacados en cuestiones de criminalidad, donde menos fondos hay, y me gustaría de verdad que lo consideraran, buscar algún otro lugar, alguna otra locación que sea más apropiada, en donde no afecte a tantas escuelas, a tantas familias y a tanta gente vulnerable. Yo vivo sola en mi casa y la verdad es que me da terror pensar que voy a tener que empezar a poner protecciones alrededor de mi casa por esta situación. So I'm just getting a concern about all the actual situation, just trying to relocate its place. I know that is not a steady decision, but I'm just thinking, not just on me, that I live alone at my house, but I'm thinking about all the sensitive population that we have. We have more than 6 schools around in a walking distance from the possible locations. So I really ask you to reconsider and just to look at a better location for that place that could be benefit for everyone in the city.
Thank you. Thank you for both languages. If you're in the back, if you could please not talk. It's very difficult to pay full attention to the people at the podium with the background noise. I know you're having to be very patient to wait your turn, and I really do appreciate that, but we've got people at the podium. We're trying to give them our full undivided attention, and it's a little hard to do that with background chatter. If you could please keep it down. We'll ask everybody to speak directly into the microphone to the best of their ability, and that'll broadcast it. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Selena Gollihue. I live on the south side also. I also work at a school down there. And I know this is a problem that the city isn't really equipped to deal with, but moving it to the south side is not the way to solve this issue. Right now, you're looking at making residents move, you're pushing them out. Businesses will be shut down, and you're putting our youth at higher levels of danger. I live not even a mile away from the teen center, and it's already bleeding onto that side of town. Just the other day, I saw a lady sleeping outside of the doors of the teen center, a gentleman sleeping on the benches of the library, watching all of our youth go to the teen center. I can't even trust my own son to walk less than a mile to the teen center. On top of all of this, working at the school, there's a lot of open spaces next to all of our schools. Unfortunately, we also have homeless moving into this area. Going on walks for my lunch, I see this firsthand all the time. We have homeless people walking right through our school areas or entrances or parking lots. It is very threatening to our youth. How are they supposed to feel confident that we have their safety in mind? This is not okay to move them to a whole other section to hide them from tourists. We matter too. The residents here matter more than the tourists matter. Yes, we need our jobs, but nobody's going to have a job when we're shutting down businesses because everybody here who is homeless also has a drug problem. This is getting ridiculous and it needs to be handled. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Yes, you have the microphone.
Hi, sir. My name is Fernando Maris. I also live on the south side in the Ferry Village area. Kind of reiterate what everyone's spoken about the relocation of Pete's Place. We see it as well. Like I said, there's 6 different school districts in that area. Our youth is really at very, very vulnerable because of this issue. We are seeing in all these open lots and all these issues. The other thing, just to kind of get away from that, is when I first heard about this issue, I reached out to the mayor's office, to the governor, to Teresa Ledger Fernandez, and everybody kind of played hot potato with this issue, saying, well, that's a county building, give it to the county. Talk to her. So when I found out about this forum, then that's why I made sure to come and talk. But I wish there was more of like a better reiteration of where we need to go to voice our issues, or where we can get our answers, instead of just be told, go to the next district, talk to the county, talk to the city, talk to the state. I just got shuffled around, and that was very difficult to deal with at the time. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Mary Rivera Mares, and I live in the South Side. I have 2 grandchildren. Recently, my son took the oldest to Sonic, and my son asked him, what do you want? He's all, not to get shot or maced. So for a little boy to say that puts the fear in them. And then what are they going to do in their educational level? We're already the lowest on education in the state, in the country. So if you're not going to fix this problem, our kids are going to be infected by this. Not only that, but my mother lives with me and she takes walks around the community. I fear that if the homelessness are there and they're going to harass her, she's going to totally freak out. She's already in a fragile mental state. I pay taxes. I know the tourists come here and they put money into the economy, but I pay my taxes. My voice is important too. So I just wanted to say that.
Very good. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Felipe Munoz. I also live on the south side, and I come to address the concern about moving Pete's Place. That idea is flat out ridiculous. If you look in the crowd, you see kids here with their parents. Why? Because their parents are concerned. You have 6+ schools in that vicinity, all within walking distance, kids walking to school, and then you want to move that shelter over there where the location is at. Those residents are already complaining. And all you're doing is just moving a counselor from one area to another, to another, to another, instead of addressing the issue. And it's flat out ridiculous. All these people are hardworking people with families, with kids, with even their parents, grandparents living with them. And you want to move a cancer over there to their front yard, to my front yard. I have kids as well. Everybody here works hard, and they don't want to see more crime, more drugs in their area. They don't want to have to worry about their kids even playing in their front yard now, because who knows who's going to be there? Who knows if they wake up and someone's over there sleeping in their grass? It's ridiculous. There needs to be a fix to the problem, not just moving the problem to another location, because all you're doing is creating a problem now from here to there, and you're just growing and growing and spreading that cancer. It needs to be fixed, not just pushed to the side.
Thank you. Yes, remember, hands not clapping. Good, thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Stillman. And I think some of the bigger issues are the lack of, if we move our homeless community, the lack of transportation to anywhere in the city, right? There is lack of transportation and resources, property values decreasing. Everybody in this community is worried about their children, their businesses, and especially if we start moving it into District 3, where we are seeing crime increasing dramatically. We are seeing businesses lose copper wiring, where they're shutting down for weeks. We're seeing liability concerns just across the board of converting buildings that I don't think are really set or made for the environment to house individuals, to give them the resources they need. There's a lot of safety risks that the city, I don't think, has considered about what are we going to do if individuals want to leave the facilities and start roaming the neighborhoods and overloading our police department, right? If we locate them right next to our police department, our men and women in blue and our businesses in those areas, as well as the families, we're not being fair to our community. So I think one thing that we can do is we need to look at having conversations with the legislature, with the governor, especially when it comes to decriminalizing drugs in our community. I understand that our police department is not able to make arrests right now because they're being told that it's okay to have drug use, and we're seeing needles all across our city. And so that's something I think we need to start investing in. And part of the programs that were promised as we decriminalized marijuana coming into our communities, there was programs promised to communities to ensure that rehabilitation services would be available. And it's not just drugs. There is also mental illness. There is a variety of issues that have to be considered, and we are not prepared for if you move it into District 3.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jairo Gutierrez. I am the owner of the State Farm Insurance Agency located on the corner of Airport Road in Jemez. I am here today to highlight our community. I think everyone so far has spoken about the schools that are part of that community, the business owners, but I would like us to look around and see the support that came out tonight. When a serious issue comes up for the people of the South Side, I think this is the example of who we are. In this room, there's teachers, there's business owners, there's police officers that live on the South Side. There's different people that are involved in this community in different ways. Now, the issue of homelessness in Santa Fe isn't just going to disappear, right? And if we move it from one place to another, it's also not going to disappear. So what I urge you guys to focus on and concentrate on is how is it going to affect the community? Where can we least impact negatively people? On the South Side, we have many, many, many children. We have many, many young people that are trying to make their way in the city. And if you add this shelter to that area, it's going to create a big problem for the future of this city, for the growth of the city, for keeping people in this city that want to see it prosper and hopefully become you guys in the future. So again, I would like to highlight the people here, the people that waited around the corner, the people that were all the way back there that you may not have seen, that came here today to prove that it matters to us. This area matters to us and we want the best for the city of Santa Fe, but it also is very important to consider where you're going to put this information. Y para toda la gente que vino esta noche, yo les quiero decir que me da mucho orgullo, me hace muy feliz que cuando hay algo importante, cuando hay algo que tenemos que de veras representarnos, aquí estamos alrededor, aquí estamos cuando necesitamos estar. So, muy bien, me da mucho orgullo y yo creo que todos juntos podemos hacer el cambio que necesitamos para nuestra área de la ciudad. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Blanca Vega, vivo al sur de la ciudad.
You're going to have to get closer to the mic if we're going to hear you.
The city.
Como dueña de pequeño negocio, también necesitamos alzar nuestra voz. No dejamos de lado que somos las familias, lo importante de aquel lado de la ciudad, pero como dueñas de pequeño negocio por más de 25 años, quiero alzar mi voz, quiero representar algunos de los negocios pequeños que estamos aquí ahora esta tarde.
As a small business owner, I want to say that we also are important, our families are important.
Estamos aquí manifestándonos por los rumores que están tan fuertes de que quieren mover este lugar para el sur de la ciudad, en específico al centro de detención juvenil. Como pequeños negocios, estamos siendo muy vandalizados, muy atacados por estas personas.
We have been vandalized by these people, by the homeless, more so by the teen center.
Lejos de que ellos sean unas personas desamparadas a las que hay que ayudar, a las que hay que proteger, a las que hay que incluir a la sociedad, ellos están pasando de ser de ahí a ser unos criminales, a lastimarnos.
Far from them being homeless and that they have all these mental issues and that they need help, they are there to hurt us. They're hurting us.
No todos, claro, entendemos y estamos aquí para esto, para ayudar si hay una solución. La solución no es llevarlos allá ni moverlos a ningún punto de la ciudad. Necesitan otro tipo de ayuda ellos.
And not all of them hurt us, but we understand that you need to move into a place, but that don't move them to where we are.
Nosotros estamos aquí para apoyar. Si ustedes tienen una propuesta como pequeños negocios, estamos cansados de solventar, de tener nuestras ganancias para pagar vidrios, para pagar pintura por los rayones que ellos hacen, por tanto destrozo que nos están ocasionando.
And as a small business owner, we are here asking that we cannot just be paying all the time and covering the damage that they do to our small businesses.
Nuestras familias, que son nuestro ingreso, que van a nuestros negocios a consumir, tienen miedo a arrimarse, a acercarse porque ellos están ahí drogándose, lastimándonos, son muy agresivos.
The families that live around and come to buy from our small business, they are scared to get close because they're these people that are hanging around our businesses and they feel threatened.
Solamente queremos hacerles saber que estamos aquí, que vamos a alzar nuestra voz y que si hay algo en lo que podamos ayudar para solucionar este problema tan grave que ya rebasó todas nuestras expectativas de toda la ciudad, estamos aquí para esto y vamos a estar pendientes de que no es la solución. Queremos decirles, el mover este lugar para allá no es definitivamente una solución.
And this is a big problem that we're having. And the solution is not to move them to the south side, but we're here to support you and to help you find a solution. That's why we're showing up here.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Maribel Carabeo.
Good afternoon. My name is Maribel Carabeo.
Antes que nada, quiero darle las gracias por permitirnos esta reunión.
Beforehand, I want to give you thanks for giving us the time to speak.
Quiero decirles que si estamos aquí es porque somos la voz de nuestros hijos, de nuestras familias.
If we're here, it's because we're bringing the voice of our families, of our children.
Yo vivo al sur de Santa Fe, en el Distrito 3.
I live on the south side of the city, District 3.
Tengo un negocio por 18 años a 3 minutos de donde quieren o pretenden mover el centro de detención, donde era el centro de detención de jóvenes, perdón.
I've been a business owner for 18 years, and I live close by where you want to move this shelter.
Y vivo a 10 minutos de ahí caminando.
I live 10 minutes walking.
Quiero exponer el problema tan grande que tenemos ahorita en esta área.
And I want to expose the big problem that we have in this area.
Fuera de mi negocio, hemos encontrado jeringas tiradas, carros reportados robados. Ya,
Outside of my business, we have found damage to the cars, needles around laying down.
ya más de una ocasión se han cambiado fuera del negocio, dejando su ropa sucia y con todo lo que ellos traen.
More than once, they have undressed there on the parking lot, leave their clothes there, and move on.
También han tratado más de una vez poner sus casas de campaña.
They have tried also to put their campsites in there.
También menciono que diario andan caminando a los alrededores gente sin hogar, de muy mal aspecto, que dan miedo porque siempre están intoxicados.
I would also like to mention that there's a lot of people walking already by there, that it seems like they're homeless, and it give us, we're fear. I mean, we're afraid of them.
Lo que quiero decir es que la mayoría anda mal, muy intoxicados y que peligramos mucho cerca de ellos.
What I want to say is that they're intoxicated and we are scared to be around them.
Y no es un rumor, es una realidad que muchos de ellos traen armas y atacan sin remordimiento.
And it's just not a rumor, but a lot of them, they just attack us without any remorse.
Vuelvo a mencionar, somos la voz de nuestros hijos, de nuestras familias.
I would like to mention again, we're the voice of our families, of our children.
Mi negocio es un 80% familiar. ¿Qué quiero decir con esto?
My business is 80% family business.
Ahí llegan ya sea caminando o en carro, familias completas con hijos, desde lo más pequeño hasta jóvenes. Algunos de los jóvenes llegan caminando o en bicicleta.
People get to my business either walking, either by riding a bike, other means that are not motorized, and they're coming families, I mean, as young as babies all the way to elderly people.
También menciono que tenemos 6 escuelas y una privada, 4 guarderías y algunos parques donde nuestros hijos juegan.
I also would like to mention that we have 6 public schools, 1 private, 4 daycares, and a park.
Y 2 centros recreativos.
And 2 recreational centers.
También agrego estas 7 escuelas mencionadas, nuestros hijos caminan cuando los transporta el camión.
I would like to also mention that these 7 public schools, our students take the school bus to get into their schools and to their homes.
Esto se está saliendo de control y como madre de familia y como ciudadana, les pido de la forma más atenta que tomen en cuenta nuestra petición de no permitir que el refugio de la gente sin hogar esté cerca de nuestros hijos, de nuestros hogares.
This is out of control, and as a citizen and as a parent, I would like to let you know that this is getting out of control, and we're concerned, and this is not the place to move this child.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, you have the floor.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Xavier Romero, and I came to address the issue that everybody else here is talking about today. I've lived in Santa Fe for 29 years, born and raised, and it's really disheartening to see what the homeless population has been doing here in Santa Fe. SFPD can only do so much. Go down Cerrillos Road, and you'll see that people are shooting up in the open. We saw state police there, and it's like, thank God, finally, they're doing something about it. But then it dawned on me, Zozobra. Like, how long is this sweep gonna really last? We look to you, Mayor, for guidance. You're our leader, you're the mayor. Any effective leader, and this is leadership fundamentals, needs to take ownership of the problem that they created and address it. I am a father of 2 children and happily married. And I have to worry about my wife, my mom, my grandparents, and even my children now. I never thought that Santa Fe would be worse than Albuquerque. That's horrible. The vandalism, the drugs, the violence. An 83-year-old man. Sonic employees, local business owners, residents, they're getting hurt, Mayor. What does it take to address this issue? Not moving the problem. Are you serious? Like, come on. You're a smart man. You should know this. Moving the problem from point A to point B isn't going to do anything. It's just relocating the problem. And now you're moving drugs and violence to where all the families and kids are? That is disgusting. I'm really disappointed. I never thought that I'd be disappointed in what everybody's doing here in Santa Fe. We're SFPD. They're running on fumes, so I'm sure of it. Not just having to deal with the homeless population, but the investigations with the drugs and everything else. This needs to be addressed, and this needs to be addressed now and not be moved around, Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
Mayor, members of City Council, my name is Amanda, and since early 2016, my husband and I have lived in Las Acequias. We both have worked as state employees and are proud members of our city and community. We have rapidly seen an increase in unhoused individuals and crime in our area. Since 2018, our house has been broken into and our vehicles vandalized. I currently work from home and should be able to feel safe in my home and my community. My husband and I have even taken time to serve at Pete's Place until I felt so unsafe to do so. I don't have the answer on how to fix the current crisis with unhoused individuals or the rampant drug use, but I know that moving or expanding Pete's Place to the south side is not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, you have the floor.
Hi, my name's Denise Grego, born and raised here in Santa Fe, 65 years. Grew up just right there by the plaza, San Francisco. Anyway, they already took away our playground, the plaza. They moved all the regular people that were born and raised here to the south side, or they moved out of town because they can't afford it. Then the Mexicans come, you push them out to the south side. We're already there, the Hispanics in the south side, the Mexicans are in the south side. And now you want to put the homeless people over there in the south side with us all? You know what? Whoever thought of this, well, they need to rethink this because they don't belong there. I have volunteered at Pete's Place many times through the church, and I've seen what goes on there and what they do and how they are. And just because that location is there that looks like a prison that you think is going to help them, well, it's not. And the road is small. If you've driven Airport Road, which everybody has, everybody drives through there like if it's a speeding zone. And those people don't have much room. They're going to live out there in the street. They're going to be getting hit left and right. And who's going to get blamed for it? The people driving the vehicles, because those other homeless people are going to be, oh, they were mentally, they didn't know what they were doing. They stepped on the road by accident. So you're just causing a big conflict, a big commotion. And we need to speak out. Everybody that's born, raised here, lives here. We need to all get together and you need to listen to us. And that's not the place. I don't know where the place is, but that's not the place. That's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Yes, sir. You have to get a little closer to the mic. It may have been turned off by accident.
How about that?
Better.
Okay, so everybody talks about the damage that is gonna happen if you guys move the shelter down there. I think you guys know already the damage that it's gonna do. You guys know because it's happened already in that part of Santa Fe, that part in Cerrillos. You guys know what's gonna cost. And I wonder, I know that you guys not here to answer any questions, but I wonder, when is the last time that you guys actually hang out in airport? You guys don't. And if you guys hang out in there, you guys see how damaged it already is. And you see how already is damaged. And you guys gonna put more people in there, and these people, there is danger, because you know that it's danger. I mean, the police get a calls every day already in airport to move them out. So once they start living right there, it's gonna, blow off all the business. And just so you guys know, and probably you guys know, I own a business downtown, and Santa Fe moved basically by tourists. But all those restaurants, hotels, and everything, the people from airport working here, they make a move. In the pandemic, the people from airport was who's working to keep the city going, to help other people. So you guys know what you guys gonna do to us, and that's our community. And we need to talk because our kids and everybody deserve to be safe. We're Santa Feans too. We live in Santa Fe, we pay our taxes in here, so we deserve to be safe too, like everybody else. We have already so much problems. People from airport in that area, the lady said that you guys moving us down there. That's the only places that we can afford. But now, we're not gonna be even safe in there. We have a big issue with housing in Santa Fe. And Mayor, I'm probably gonna have a chance to talk to you because I've been asking to have a meeting with you about this home situation. But since in the city, nobody wanna help about that. Literally, everybody say, yeah, I wanna help. But you guys don't do it. Because I talked in county, I own a property.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Hopefully I can get a meeting with you.
Be continued. Thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
Hello, my name is Patricia Berry and I live on the south side. I'm a native to Santa Fe. And I can't believe that you guys are actually thinking of moving Pete's Pets or the homeless population to the south side. We have kids. We have the highest population of kids in that area. Not only that, our kids take buses, our teens drive, there's already needles. I can't even take my grandkid to Los Acequias Park because there's needles all over the place. It's not safe. Our small businesses, our food truck businesses that I'm sure you all have gone to, they're going to be closing down. They can't afford to stay open. I think you've seen all the baskets and trash that's left behind. It's not picked up. We don't even have city crews that cut our weeds, for God's sake. My goodness, if our kids don't matter to you, what matters? That's our future. I think it's a very ridiculous decision that you guys are making if you move this to District 3. Think about it. Think about it. I've owned my home for 30 years down there and my property values are going to diminish. How dare you think that this is the solution to the problem?
Thank you. Yes, please.
Hello, my name is John Timmis Pridmore, and I'm here to bring a message of kindness and compassion for the unhoused people. I was originally here to promote the idea of moving this place, but after hearing the community's concerns, I live on Mays Road, so obviously you would understand why I would be here to propose that, right? But after hearing the community's concerns, and they are very valid concerns, I'm thinking of a solution, right? The solution I would feel, and I'm a person that feels it's simple, it's not easy, right? So this decision we are making is an easy decision, not a simple decision, right? The simple decision is that these people need a location. They need a location with love and compassion, right? So I see a lot of apartment buildings and no houses being built at all, just a bunch of apartment buildings. And I ask you, are these apartment buildings and corporations that come in here to build these things, and Walmart and all these other things, are they being taxed in a certain way by the city to be able to help build a building for these people, right? Because we can come up with $240,000 to fix a bridge, but we can't allocate $240,000 to help these people, right? The easy solution is this solution, or the easy fix is what we're talking about right now, is moving them. The simple solution is to come up with a actually thought out, processed plan of how to put these people where they need to be, that helps the community and the people that we are serving. Unfortunately, none of them are here, right? Because we did this real quick, right? We're like, hey, we're going to do this real quick. We're going to do this. You guys have a chance to use your voice, right? I want my voice to be heard. And I'm here to tell you guys. Also, my number is 505-795-0384. And I'm giving you this number because I want to be a participant in helping this process happen, right? I have a great brain. I am a very ingenuitive individual, and I love you guys and compassion. Thank you guys for giving me the time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Yes, you have the floor too.
My name is Sherilyn Wagner. I am a Santa Fe resident and I am a public servant. I work for the schools. I'm not here in any official capacity. I am here because I am what you will be looking at. My Santa Fe Civic Housing Authority has become my landlord as of 2017 and has on numerous occasions tried to make me homeless. I suspect that another round will come very soon. I was told on July 23rd, as was my neighbors, by Ed Romero, that we are to expect a vacate notice as of January, and that all of our families, about 60 families, will be made homeless. You are making a problem. You have created this problem and you are making it worse. Please take care of our community. I am trying. I work full-time. I devote my time to serving our community. I should be able to live in the community that I serve. That's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Apodaca. I've been here before. I know several of you. You are District 4. That is my district, along with you, Jamie. You canvassed my neighborhood safely with your toddler. Lee, we go back a long time. Know your tire business. It's doing very well. I'm very proud of you. Michael, we grew up the street from each other. Your mother still lives in that house in District 3. To even recommend that this get moved to District 3 is just ridiculous. Why there? Because I'm not going to say poor, because it's the working class. We are the working class. We are the ones who are providing you with all of these wonderful experiences here in Santa Fe. I work at Farmers Market. I am there for you. I am there happily for you. What's going to happen when you push us locals out? What is so special about Santa Fe? That is what you are doing with creating this kind of problem in our neighborhoods. We don't want to live with derelicts. We don't want to live with prostitutes. We do not want to live with drug dealers. These are up and down Cerrillos Road. All you have to do is take the drive to take a look yourself. Take a drive right now, Mr. Mayor. They're everywhere. I came down here this evening. I don't like to leave my home at night. I have been here my entire life, as has my family. Amanda Apodaca. Remember my name, because my family is not going anywhere. You are not going to push us out. We are going to fight this, because quite frankly, this is not going to happen in our neighborhood. I promise you, even if it passes, you are going to have hell to pay. We are a proud people. We may not be highly educated like you are used to in different cities, different whatever, but we are fighters, and we are not going to be pushed out by the likes of any of you. So please think about that before election time comes, because quite frankly, this is the final straw. You are not doing this to our town. It is already in shambles, and quite frankly, you have a lot to improve as is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
My name is Rosemary Benavides. I was born and raised here in Santa Fe, lived here all my life, 30 years on the south side. I want to remind you, the south side is technically the youngest part of the city. It's growing constantly, and it is the young families that are moving in there. We have at least 6 public schools in close vicinity, several daycares, and other facilities that attend to children. We have many people that have their own private businesses that are locals, born and raised here. This is where they make their living. We don't need Pete's Place over on that area. It's already congested, extremely congested, right near the airport intersection. My neighborhood, I live in Las Acequias. We already have people trying to cut through there to get to our Priya. We have needles, we have carts, we have people sleeping on the old bus stop. It takes an arm and a leg to get constituent services, to get the services out there to clean up the areas for us. We don't need them sleeping on the road. Our kids don't need to be driving to school or waiting at a bus stop with these people that do have issues. Just laying there and passed out, screaming at them, jumping in front of our cars. Happened to me on Siler Road just last week. It's happened to me twice on Cerritos Road, right in front of the shelter. Can you imagine that intersection, that entire area, which is neighborhoods right across from the old detention center? That's neighborhoods, not neighborhoods right across from Cerritos Road, but it's lots of businesses and they're being impacted. Everybody's being impacted. You really want to move that to our side? Nobody wants to work at the mall. They're afraid to go in. It's going to get worse. That mall parking lot is going to become an encampment. It's already bad. And they're living under the bridge right next to the mall. You guys know that. You got to do something. Our kids deserve to be safe. We deserve to be safe. I've lived here all my life. My family's not going anywhere. You're not making a good choice here.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Tim Lee. We have some property at 4350 Airport Road. It's a little strip center right there. My tenant was just here a few minutes ago complaining about how tough it is on her. Well, I have to go up there every single day now and throw people out of the parking lots. They just go to the back, do whatever they want to. I throw them off. They leave for about a half an hour. Once I leave, they're back. Overnight, they're camping out on my parking lots and everything else over there. I know my neighbors, the Clarks, they're right next door to where you guys are looking at doing this. And he's got a lot of place where these people are gonna hide out. Right through the center of our little industrial park right there, we got an arroyo. You guys have probably driven through Center Drive. They're camping up and down that whole arroyo. And we keep taking them out and they don't care, you know, and the police can't do anything about it. So if this happens, it's really gonna mess a lot of the small business group that's works and does a lot for Santa Fe out of there. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you very much. Yes, you have the floor, sir.
Hello, my name's Eric Ituarte. I live down the road on West San Francisco Street. My parents live over near Santa Fe High, and I have family who lives off of Airport. And guess what? The problem is everywhere. It's not just near Pete's Place. It's not just on the south side. I live across DeVargas Mall, and there's an arroyo that has over 30 homeless people, multiple camps. They're shooting up. They're using the restroom in plain sight. I mean, the problem is everywhere. The solution isn't moving it. Look at this room. The size of this room is a fit capacity for a council meeting. Pete's Place is not a fit capacity for the issue we have at hand. Something needs to be done. We need to put more resources towards this. If more facilities need to be built, they need to be built, but not for the purpose of shoving people inside there, for the purpose of helping these people, figuring out what kind of solutions they need to better their life, because that's how you're going to better all of our lives. You're not going to hide the problem. Stop trying to hide it. Fix it. And another thing, that shooting issue that happened at Pranzo's the other day, Do you realize how close to a school that was? Do you realize that nobody was at that school? Do you realize that no parents knew what was going on? Yet the roads to that school were closed. We had to fend for ourselves. No one was redirecting us, rerouting us. But what I'm more concerned about is that nobody was at that school. 7:30 in the morning. Kids, parents are walking around. Possible active shooter situation. You're supposed to help the most vulnerable individuals, and nobody was there. That really hits home for me. Pisses me off. And this should never happen again. You need to have a system in place, and you need to make sure it works. If you need to practice it, then practice it. Because I don't want to be the next city on the news for something that happens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Brenda García Carrera y estoy aquí para expresar esta problemática. Como comunidad nos hemos manifestado aquí, cada uno de nosotros, para expresar al mayor aquí presente y al city council. I'm sorry. Okay, Brenda.
My name is Brenda, and I'm here to express about this community and all the problems, and I want to express it to all of you, to the mayor and to the city council.
Es obvio, como todos nos hemos manifestado, la gran problemática que tenemos con los homeless.
We've been able to see all this great problem that we're having with the homeless people.
Y como parte de la comunidad estamos aquí para tratar de encontrar una solución para ellos.
And part of the reason why this community is here is to help find a solution for these people.
Lo que no estoy de acuerdo es que la solución que el mayor y la ciudad tome es nada más tirar el problema para el lado del south side del city.
But we're not in agreement with the solution to the problem being just throwing that problem to the south side of the city.
Necesitamos una solución real porque este es un problema real y no solo es real, es muy delicado, que está creciendo rápidamente.
We need a real solution because it's a real problem, and it's not just a real problem, but it's growing rapidly.
Como comunidad así nos hemos manifestado para expresar. También estamos aquí para cualquier solución real a esta problemática que la ciudad quiera tomar. Estamos aquí también para apoyarnos, pero
And as a community, we're not just here to complain about the problem, but we're here to be part of the solution and to help in any way we can to find a solution to the problem.
Pero por favor no olvidemos, en el South Side hay muchas escuelas, como se mencionó, hay guarderías. Estas personas homeless no solamente usan drogas, están haciendo dealing con drogas. Me ha tocado ver.
And the south side, as they've mentioned, has schools and daycares. And it's not just that they're using drugs, but they're also dealing drugs. And I've seen it.
No queremos en el futuro ver a estos homeless que les va a quedar el shelter muy cerca de las escuelas ofreciendo drogas a nuestros hijos.
And we don't want these homeless people that are dealing drugs to be offering drugs to our kids that are in the daycares or schools that are there.
Y estoy aquí para rogarles que realmente piensen en esta problemática.
I'm here to beg you to please think seriously about this problem.
Y que encontremos una solución real.
And to come up with a real solution.
Que beneficie a la comunidad.
That benefits the community.
Estoy aquí porque me importa mi familia.
I'm here because my family is very important to me.
Pero también me importa la comunidad.
But the community is also important to me.
¿Qué estamos haciendo de Santa Fe?
Say that.
What are we doing about our city? It's not the same time than used to be 20 years ago. So please, please, let's take this serious. And we are here to support you. But let's work all together to make Santa Fe a city of faith, a peaceful city, the way they used to be years ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, you have the floor.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Fernando Jacobo y estoy aquí.
My name is Fernando Ocoyo.
Jacobo. Y ya escuchamos los problemas y ustedes ya saben de antemano cuáles son los problemas que van a venir si mueven este centro de homeless para la Airport Road. Pero yo le pido al mayor.
We've been hearing all the problems that are going to happen if you move this center to the Airport Road.
Que no ponga en juego nuestra seguridad de nuestra comunidad, de nuestros hogares, de nuestros niños, de nuestras escuelas.
But I want you to think about our community and the safety of our children, our homes, our schools.
Por favor, no nos hagan esto.
Please don't do this to us.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Nelson, and I live in Las Secas neighborhood for more than 17 years. And I want to be quick. I want to thank everyone here for taking their time to come over and taking this issue serious. You guys are the ones who can change this. I'm a parent of 2 kids. I've been living in Santa Fe for more than 20 years. And it's sad what I was gonna say. Santa Fe is not what it used to be. And it's in us, everyone. So we have to do better than this. But we're gonna start with you guys. You guys are the top. You guys have the better ideas than the neighborhood. But I'm here to be against for you guys not even think about to move this shelter to airport. It's not gonna solve the problem. Everybody agree on that. And I appreciate everyone and come and raise their voice. Because if we don't do that, I just noticed that about a week ago. So, I mean, that's why I'm here. So it could be passed already, and I don't even know. But now it's everything on social media, which is good and bad. But that helps me to be here. So please, another thing that I want to mention, I live right across from you, where you guys, like I said, not even think to do that. And I would like for you guys to, I mean, I don't know who's in charge of this, but I would like to get more support of the police officers on there. It's getting pretty bad there. And moving this place down there, it's not going to help. I know nobody wants it, but you guys have to come up with a better idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Gracias por estar aquí
Thank you for
y
being
por
here.
escucharnos.
Listening to us.
Y yo voy a alzar mi voz para decir que
And
todo
raise
lo
my
que las
voice
personas,
Say that all the-
Did we get a name yet?
Su nombre?
Alba Segura,
Alba Segura.
Thank you.
quiero alzar la voz por
Would like to
todas
raise
las
my voice.
personas que han hablado
For all the people that have already spoken,
y que escuchen y no tiren todo lo que han dicho a la basura.
and to please just don't throw away everything that has been said.
Yo soy madre de un hijo que perdió la vida hace 3 años
I'm a mother I lost my son 3 years ago
por drogas
because of drugs.
y el problema es gigante.
The problem
No
is
así,
huge.
es gigante.
Just this small is huge.
No hablan aquí de la pérdida de tantos jóvenes por las drogas.
What is not mentioned here is all the youth that we're losing because of drugs.
Pero con todo mi corazón que
I do-
hay que ayudar a los desamparados,
I do hope with all my heart, and I know that we have to help the homeless.
pero a enseñarlos a trabajar así como trabajamos nosotros.
Teach them how to work the way we work.
Porque dar todo, ellos siguen pidiendo y no hay solución.
Because
Muévanlos donde los muevan. Va a ser la misma problemática.
Because you can give and give and give to them and nothing happens. They don't make a difference. They will continue.
Hay mucho en Santa Fe que hacer, pero no lo hacemos.
There's much that needs to be done in Santa Fe, but it's not been done.
Yo trabajo limpiando casas, tengo un pequeño negocio también y he visto con mis propios ojos en la plaza de Santa Fe donde los desamparados rapan ya las carteras a las personas con mis propios ojos.
I work as a housekeeper and I have seen, I clean houses around town and I have seen downtown area where people are getting, with these homeless people, take the wallets, take the purses out of people. I have seen it with my own eyes.
En las tiendas he ido donde la gente, hombres también sacan mercancías, roban, no pueden hacer nada porque no les pueden hacer nada.
In the stores, I have seen them just go in and steal from the businesses and nobody can do anything.
¿Qué negocio puede sobrevivir sobre esto si no hay una solución?
How businesses are gonna survive if there's not a solution.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es María Nava.
My name is Maria Nava.
Estoy aquí como yo creo que el 99% porque tenemos hijos.
I'm here like the 99% that is showing up today, that we have families, we have children.
Mi preocupación es, mi hija empezó a trabajar en una tienda que está en Molde Vargas.
I'm concerned because my daughter just started working at the Vargas, Monte Vargas,
Molde Vargas.
Molde Vargas.
Ella sale a las 9:10 de la noche.
She finished her job at 9, 10 p.m.
Mi miedo siempre es que cuando ella salga, alguna persona intoxicada la pueda atacar.
And I'm always scared that she's going to be attacked by an intoxicated person.
También cuando salgo a manejar o mis hijos manejan a su trabajo, mi miedo es que un homeless se atraviese y pueda meterse en problemas por ni siquiera por ser su culpa.
And I'm also scared that when my children are driving, that a homeless jumps in front of them and they will run over this person and then they get blamed for it.
También en alguna ocasión fui con mi niña al parque, estaba jugando con sus amiguitos
There was one occasion when I took my daughter, my small daughter, to the park,
y traían una aguja, una jeringa.
and she was playing and they brought some needles, syringe.
Entonces, en todo momento, en toda ocasión, nuestros hijos pueden correr peligro.
So I'm sharing all these different situations because at all times, our children can run into trouble, into danger.
Sean niños chiquitos, pequeños, sean adultos, nosotros los adultos.
Whether they're young, they're teenagers, young adults.
Al salir de una tienda también, muchos han atacado a las personas saliendo de la tienda, mamás con hijos.
As you leave the store, there have been families that have been attacked, mothers with their children that have been attacked.
Muchos de ellos tienen armas, navajas.
A lot of them have knives with them.
Nosotros no podemos traer un arma con nosotros.
And we don't have a knife. I mean,
No tenemos manera de defender en el momento.
there's no way for us to defend ourselves.
¿Y qué pasa ahí?
What will happen then?
Solamente van un tiempo a la cárcel y salen.
They're just they're being incarcerated just for a short time and then they get out and then what happens?
Y si alguna persona que fue atacada muere, ¿quién lo va a regresar?
And if a person is attacked, that person that is attacked dies, well, who's going to bring him back?
No podemos poner el peligro cerca de nuestros hijos, en medio de la ciudad, no podemos hacer eso.
We cannot bring any more danger closer to our children.
Ahora, ellos también necesitan ayuda,
They also need help.
necesitan aprender a
They-
hacer algo por ellos mismos.
They need to learn how to work for themselves.
Entonces, si van a poner un hogar para ellos que sea lejos, donde no corran peligro nuestros hijos y nosotros mismos.
So please place this place somewhere far away from our children.
Ellos necesitan, en vez de un hogar y vayan y duerman una semana, un día, necesitan un lugar donde les den ayuda para salir de las drogas.
Instead of a shelter, they need a place for them to go where they can have where they can be, the mental health that they're carrying can be addressed instead of just providing a shelter for them to stay 1 day, 2 days a week.
A mí me dan mucho miedo, pero también me da mucha lástima verlos.
And it's afraid, but I feel bad for them as well.
Si se han fijado últimamente, y aparecen como zombies,
If you notice, they look like zombies.
haciendo un pueblo, un mundo cada vez más a lo que salen las películas de los zombies.
We're turning this town, this place into a zombie place.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Matt Harding, and I live in District 3. I'm speaking to you today in strong opposition to any potential day use expansion of Pete's Place into the former juvenile detention facility or anywhere on the south side in Districts 3 or 4. Many of the people in this city view Pete's Place as a scourge of the city. Yes, the shelter has problematic issues, but I personally believe the shelter is necessary, and keeping all of its services in a centralized location is the best way to help those needing its assistance. According to the 2020 census document found on the city's own website, District 3 and 4 have a combined population of 45,424 residents, more than half the city. And the South Side has only expanded since then. More importantly, the South Side is where most of the families reside. The census document states that District 3 has 5,700 residents under the age of 18. District 4 has 4,909. District 4 alone has more children than Districts 1 and 2 combined. To further the concern, within walking distance of the possible South Side expansion, there are 6 public schools and 1 teen center. 2 elementary schools are exactly 1 mile door to door from the possible location. That's a mere 20-minute walk on foot. It's a short distance. It's too short. The city's major shopping district begins a block from this possible location. Think of the potential harm this will do to the businesses as well as deter the residents that frequent them. This isn't our tourist-filled downtown. This is where the people that vote for all of you go to shop. On top of that, those businesses on the South Side in general, on top of that, those businesses and the South Side in general lacks the necessary policing to make an option like this even feasible. Lastly, the optics of using a former corrections facility as a possible services expansion for our unhoused populace is essentially takes an already marginalized group and makes them feel like criminals. I don't believe these people are criminals. They need help. A centralized location allows unhoused persons needing assistance the greatest access to the shelter. City shelter officials, along with the Anchorham representatives, are not being transparent about the facilities they are touring. And they need to tell the community all that they want. They can tell the community all they want, that the facility would be for day use only. However, it's a slippery slope. If that facility is located in a building specifically designed for housing people overnight, let's not fool ourselves. South Side says no.
Thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Patricia Alexandre. I'm original from Peru, 20 years being a citizen here in Santa Fe. And let me tell you, I see the city and it's downhill. The sad part is that we have big population of homeless people coming in here. I know it's not your fault because you are not, but we have to change the laws. We have to, you as the head of the city, you have to take us and direct us how to help to change the laws in here. That's the problem that we have. We have to try to get rid of the more of these people that are hurting us. In the years I have living in my house in the South Side, I have already 9 cameras put. A few months ago, I grabbed a guy that was trying to steal my son's car. I have a video when I was running after him because we feel that we are not safe in the city. And imagine if you transfer a Peace Place to the South Side, how it's going to turn worse. We need to take this center out of the city. The solution is not to roll over the city. The solution is to take him out and ask for help if you need our help. I think that everybody will be okay helping you. I think that's everything I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Elda Solares.
1 second. Thank you. Okay.
Elda Solares.
Elda Solares.
He vivido en Santa Fe por 18 años.
I've lived in Santa Fe for 18 years.
Y tengo 2 niños.
And I have 2 children.
Y estoy aterrorizada al oír que quieran mover el shelter hacia el aeropuerto.
And I'm terrorized to hear that you might move the shelter to Airport Road.
Yo creo que la solución no es mover
I don't think the solution is to move it
de un lugar a otro en la ciudad.
from one place in the city to another.
Yo pienso que la solución es encontrar o hacer un programa que pueda ayudar a los homeless
I feel like the solution would be to make a program that would help the homeless
a volver a la comunidad, a ser útiles a la sociedad.
and to be able to utilize the society to come up with their solution and help.
Creo que ellos necesitan ayuda, algunos necesitan ayuda psicológica, pero encontrando un programa o haciendo un programa que los ayude a ellos a regresar y a ser útiles a la sociedad, no tendríamos que estar esta noche aquí. Me gustaría, sorry,
That's okay. I feel like these people need to have psychological help so that they can become utilized in the society again and not just be pushed off to the side in a shelter.
me gustaría que crearan un programa donde ellos puedan regresar a la comunidad y ser útiles tanto para ellos mismos como para la sociedad, y que nos invitaran a ser parte de ese programa para darles ideas en cómo nosotros podemos ayudar a poder sacar a esta gente del estado que está, pero no.
I think that if we could build a program that would help them with their psychology and mental health so that they could be reintroduced into society and they can be helpful not only for them, but also for us. And I wish that you would invite us to help you to come up with that solution and to build that program.
Y que no nos tiren el problema de un lado al otro.
That we don't just throw the problem from one side to the other.
Trabajemos en solucionar el problema, no en estarlo moviendo de un lugar a otro.
And that we work together to come up with a solution to the problem and not just to throw the problem from one side to the other.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, my name is Fabian Trujillo, and I'm president of Las Acequias Neighborhood Association. I represent 4,900 residents on the south side and over 650 homes. I would like to say, isn't democracy a wonderful thing? But first of all, Las Acequias does not support the relocation of the homeless center to Airport Road or to any location over there. However, we do support the homeless center. We think it's a vital, necessary thing in Santa Fe. According to a May 2023 LFC report, 70%, there's been a 48% increase in homelessness in New Mexico. And there has been, rents have increased 70% from 2017 to 2021, while wages have only gone up 15%. According to this same report, there's been $300 million that have been appropriated in New Mexico for affordable housing and for homelessness. And approximately $4.6 million has been appropriated to Santa Fe to resolve that. So some of the things that we are asking for is an open dialogue to resolve this situation. We are asking for a community dialogue on homelessness to define what the problem is and what we are trying to accomplish. We are looking for a community dialogue to identify resources and resolve the situation. We are also asking if we have talked with other communities who have success in homelessness. In order to solve homelessness in Santa Fe, we need a plan that addresses these objectives: economic security, access to affordable housing, services for mental health, and substance abuse. So please engage us to help you with a community dialogue to solve this issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Yep.
Yes, if you're
My name
really
is-
right in front of the microphone.
My name is Brenda Luna, and I live at Las Acequias. I've lived there since 1990. I'm going to give you a little bit of homework. If you would research the address 1468 Acequia Borada West, and see what happened to that location. It's on my street, but it was a 3-year ordeal of homeless people taking over a home. The home is now boarded up, and but do a little bit of homework and look into that home. The other thing is the field behind Acequia Borada West is an open field. I think there's been some talk about building some homes in that area. There was a home back there that was set on fire. The home is gone, and several of my neighbors that have their wall against that field have had to rebuild their walls because of fire, homeless people that are, and there's a whole encampment in that whole area from Airport Road to Rufina, okay? We don't have the luxury at Las Acequias of gating our community because it's a public road. You come in on Airport Road, you go off on Rufina, so we can't gate. We don't have that luxury. And Mr. Mayor, I just wonder if we proposed building setting up an encampment in that open space behind your home, how would you react? So, just take a good look at what's going on and give it some real serious consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Geraldine. I live in Las Acequias. I've lived in Santa Fe for 67 years. I live by myself. I've had to put cameras, lock my door. I have a double bolt in my bedroom. And I make sure that I put my alarm on stay every night. I live right across from the park. We've had a lot of problems there. They put the camera up for a while, then they took it away. I called and they said they had to use it somewhere else. The homeless, I'm very disgusted that the city even has a program for them. I'm going to be honest, because I know you guys get funding and it benefits the city somehow. And that's why you guys continue to cater to the homeless versus the locals. And I feel like the neighborhoods have really you guys have no reason to feel that they're important because you don't do anything important for the neighborhoods. Take for instance, Sosobra. When Sosobra and Fiestas used to be for the locals, it started there. And then they blocked everywhere, so none of the people could go out there and watch for free with their kids. Now it's $50 a ticket. And you go to downtown to the Fiestas, you don't know anybody. There's no locals there. And this council has changed everything. And I think that this being on Facebook and everything has brought the community back together. And I think that a lot of people feel left out. And I would suggest that you build this homeless near one of your homes. See how you feel. Let them throw trash all over. Let them use the needles. Let them get food stamps. And while you guys are giving them a place. And I worked at the jail for 16 years. I know what all the cells look like. You could take them in there and lock them up and put a big old gate on the fence if that's where you want to move them. Because otherwise they're going to be all over at the park with the kids. And I don't really feel that you guys are interested in how the locals feel or the neighborhoods. You're catered to the wealthy and the rich neighborhoods, and you've forgotten about everybody. And I just think you need to think about it because it's given us an opportunity to organize. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Humble Mayor, and leadership of the governing body. My name is Emmanuel Aaron Arnold. I live on the south side of the city, Terracotenta. We got a dilemma. I'm an avid cyclist. I cycle all your trails all over the city, every single one of them, and we have a problem. People are homeless everywhere on all your trails. I see your park rangers out there every day, your fire department out there trying to help, and your policemen out there and policewomen trying to help these folks. It's bad. The leadership needs to develop some kind of plan, not later, but sooner, that's going to get us out of this quandary that we're in. People are trying to say, not in my backyard, not in my backyard. They're in everyone's backyard. The whole city's backyard is affected by this. We need to do something. We can't put it on the south side of the city. It's a food desert over there. We can't even handle our resources as they are right now. We're having issues with that. A lot of young families over there. We got to do something. We can't keep talking about it, not in my backyard. Let's do something. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm James Hesh. I'm a native of Santa Fe. One branch of my ancestors have lived here since 1606, 4 years before this became Santa Fe, New Mexico. So I think it's fair to say that I am a native of Santa Fe. I love this city. I'm very proud of it. But I do have some serious concerns. I don't envy you folks one bit, especially when it comes to dealing with the homeless problems that we have. But it does have to be dealt with. You did run to be elected, and we did elect you folks. So I am here to make one point, and I'll make it very clear. I have a very serious concern for our children. I've raised my children here. They love this city. They're proud of it. We've got multiple grandchildren. My wife and I have a grandson living with us who went through 12 years of school in homes that are all within walking distance of where we live. Directly across our home is a park. I love to hear the children out there playing, having fun, greeting each other, and so on and so forth. However, I have a very serious concern about them with what is happening with the homeless situation. I wish I could propose solutions to you. I don't have them, but hopefully you folks will be able to appoint a task force who will actually get very busy, find solutions, come up with alternative solutions. I'm here to make the one point. I'm here to simply beg, please do not move the homeless people or their shelter into our residential area, for that matter, any residential area in Santa Fe. I wish I had more to offer to you than that, but that is my one plea for you. And thank you all very much for the hard work you do.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Christy Sandoval. I live on the south side and I also work downtown at a hotel. Just yesterday, I had to go and check on a city bus driver because a homeless man threw a brick through the window and almost hit him in the face. My colleagues have had hot coffee thrown on them. We've been shoved and we've been punched and we've been really hurt by the homeless people in just in the downtown area. And we collectively just kind of think we are very thankful that we don't have to deal with this in our homes. We already have to deal with it at work. And the fact that you guys would consider moving that level of danger and violence that we as adults have to deal with on a daily basis, and you guys are gonna move where our kids live and our grandparents live, and they walk and bike and they grow up. The issue that I have is that addiction is already running rampant in younger and younger generations. This move will increase the likelihood of kids trying drugs, and this will diminish the already crumbling South Side. Our families have been here for generations, and we don't deserve to be put second behind other states and cities' homeless transplants that have come here. I just hope that you guys make an actual plan to solve this issue and get them the help that they need, but don't make our kids suffer because you guys want to hide a problem instead of actually fix it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is America Romo. I don't have anything on writing, but I'm gonna try my best. I was a resident of the Southside community for a little almost 20 years. I recently moved to a different area in Santa Fe, but that doesn't mean it's not my problem. Because I still have my parents, a lot of family, and my kids attending to a South Side public school. And I am also currently an office manager of Country Club Gardens Mobile Home Park, which is located at the South Side. And we almost receive calls about robbery and not feeling safe almost every month. So I cannot imagine this moving to the South Side and having, residents complaining almost every day. I'm just here to let you guys know about this and that I am really, interested in solving this problem, not making it worse on the South Side. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, soy María Hernández. Viene mi hija a traducir.
Got that. Good. Thank you.
This is my mother, María Hernández.
Estamos aquí y gracias a ustedes porque están tan tarde escuchándonos.
Thank you for your time and dedication being here this evening, this late.
Estamos aquí para levantar nuestra voz porque no estamos de acuerdo en esta decisión que se quiere tomar para pasar este lugar al sur de la ciudad.
We're here to voice our concern regarding the relocation of Pete's Place to the south side of the city.
Estamos muy preocupados por eso y queremos pedirles, por favor, que pues tomen una buena decisión, piensen bien en lo que pues, se puede mejorar para la ciudad, porque es un problema de toda la ciudad.
We're here to ask you to please support and dialoguing an idea to relieve this issue from the whole city because it doesn't just affect the south side. It is throughout the city.
Entiendo que ya están muy cansados de estar aquí tan tarde, pero todos venimos y gracias a toda la gente que vino a apoyar esta situación, porque realmente sí es un problema.
We hope that this time here with you really enlightens and really speaks to you the amount of people that have gathered this evening to voice this concern because we are not happy about this.
Yo tengo una familia que es servidores públicos, desde educadores, guardias y servidores se puede decir policías. Entonces, yo estoy muy preocupada por eso. Los personas que están sin hogar tienen ahorita, no sé, mucha autoestima, se les ha dado mucho, ¿cómo se dice?
She is concerned because her family is built up of, educators all the way up to law enforcement. So she is very concerned for their safety.
Yo lo que digo es que a las personas sin hogar se les ha dado mucha poder de hacer lo que hacen, de robar, de golpear, de atacar, y eso no es justo para las personas trabajadoras, no es justo para todas las personas que vivimos en Santa Fe. Cuando estábamos en los 90s, Santa Fe era una ciudad hermosa. No se podía andar en la calle caminando así, cuando no, un policía ya preguntaba, ¿qué andas haciendo en la calle? ¿Por qué andas afuera? Ahorita todo mundo, bueno, las personas sin hogar andan en la calle y hacen lo que quieren. Hay muchos lugares llenos de suciedad fea.
There are many places that are dirty because of the lack of responsibility of these individuals, as well as the privileges that they seem to have when it comes to abiding by laws, abiding by rules of places. And in the 90s, the city used to be a lot different. It used to feel safer. And this has been.
Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, both of you.
Hello, City Council. Thank you so much for sitting around listening to all of us. My name is Ruben Macias. I am from the South Side. I am a born and bred Southsider. I've been there my entire life. My parents were business owners there. I want to thank Mr. Garcia for having the town hall safety meeting last week. I think that was very impactful. A lot of people got to voice their concerns there. I hope the rest of the councilors have those same type of meetings in their districts as well. Pilar, I live in your district, of course, and I hope that you have one of those. I encourage everyone in the room, this is more directed to the public, that you need to call your counselors, you need to call the police, you need to make those reports, and you need to be active in your community. The reason why I say this is because in the meeting that we had with Councilor Garcia, a lot of people felt like the police isn't responding well, or that they don't show up or they show up late. So people are losing trust in the system to continue to call and report those crimes. They just don't see the benefit of doing it. I encourage all of you, call your counselors. They're ready to talk. I call Pilar, and if I can't get a hold of her, I email her, and then she'll get back to me. She's busy, but I reach out. I encourage a lot of people that want to talk to Weber. Weber has Thursday meetings where you can sit down with him for 10 minutes and have conversations with him. We're actually very lucky to have these representatives in our city, and I'd like to remind everybody that we voted them in. So your vote is powerful, your voice is powerful, but we also need to take some responsibility for what's going on in our city. I myself recommend that we vote for tough on crime candidates. Okay, very conservative. You know, I won't go farther than that, but very tough on crime candidates so that it could represent what we're feeling. But I also want to say, you've heard everyone speak. It's just the Pete's Place is not a bad organization. The Interfaith Shelter does amazing work, and I want to compliment everyone that's involved with that shelter. But it's incompatible with what's going on in the outside area, the corridor. It's incompatible with the South Side, with our working class, with our culture. Unfortunately, I feel bad for the surrounding neighborhood that it's in now, but it is what it is. We have to find a solution that works for everybody. If anything, let's decentralize it. We'll put a Pete's Place in everyone's district, and we'll just call it a day.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Yes, please, you have the microphone. We need a little. There we go. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Yuridia Cáceres. I've been commuting through Airport Road for 20 years. And I'm a business owner for the last 12 years. I came to share my experience. Months ago, I've been having this problem, this issue with this homeless. He has attacked me. He has thrown stones into my rocks into my car. He has showed up in my business to harass me. And I have done multiple reports to the police department. In the police department, all the police cannot do anything against them because they violate their rights. There's been a few occasions where I'm working and he shows up at my work. And he's been harassing me for the last few months. I have two girls, one is 9, one is 4. And they do attend the schools by the airport road. Or airport. And thanks to my job that I own the business, I have the opportunity to take care of them when they get out of school in my business. I can do that. I cannot do that anymore. Behind my business, we have found needles, homeless, defecating. And we have seen them also having sexual relationships or act. And I do have a lot of clients that are police officers. And they themselves say, we cannot do anything because of the laws. They tied our hands. We're hand-tied. So I do ask Mayor to please consider the side of the airport area before you make the decision of moving the Pete Place to that area. Because before we were able to ride our bikes with my girls. Now I feel very insecure. I don't feel safe. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. I think the mic may have been turned off accidentally.
Good afternoon, Mayor
Better,
and
yeah.
government body. I am Adriana Arroyo Cano. I am the president of National Honor Society at Capitol High School. And I'm here to speak for young voices, especially from my school. An issue that we have been encountering is lack of attendance. That is a goal that I hope to fix. And I know it's something that you, Mayor, have been trying to also combat. And a topic that came up today was the discussion of a teen who was not attending school, and he lived behind Lauterberger at Airport Road. And he talked about how we were looking for him to have a bus access to the bus. But then I remember that there is this discussion of moving Pete's Place to Airport. And that brought worry to me about kids seeing the horrible things that I see every morning when I go to the gym, Define Fitness, when I see the homeless people running through the street, even though it's my time to go. Or for example, times homeless people walk around like completely naked. It is truly disturbing, and I really hope that no kid gets to see that. But the sad truth is that here in Santa Fe, that is something very common. And that is something that we as a people, we believe in you guys because we have voted you in. We believe that you guys are going to help us fix this problem. I really want to talk about not that the issue is moving, well, it is an issue moving the homeless shelter to Airport Road, but also the people in Cerrillos are being affected. For example, me, that I take the route of Cerrillos every morning and I get to see those things, it's something that scars my mind. And let alone thinking of that my little sister, the little kids going up to high school are going to get to see that. Like this is not going to help our education system. New Mexico is already last in the country. So this is very bad for us. And Mayor Weber has been doing great things to help SFPS grow. But making this move, and not just that, but not helping, is definitely not going to help the youth. I used to work in catering, and I've served you, sir, multiple times, and I hope you serve us, the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Riker Widener. I'm a resident of District 3. I've lived here pretty much my entire life. The idea of moving a homeless shelter to our district is absolutely outrageous, given everything that's happened in the last year and all of the resident testimonies. I just can't endorse that in good consciousness. Thinking about the fact that the Sonic on Cerrillos is closed because of what's happened, I can't imagine what that would do to the actual local run businesses in the area. I can't even begin to touch on the violent crime, the drug use, and anything else that would come with the homelessness in the area. It's really hard to see because I know that these are my fellow New Mexicans in some instances, but you know, the idea of trying to take this and move it into another area almost makes me feel like you guys are not doing anything to alleviate it and that you're just gonna sweep it under the rug. So thank you for allowing all of us to come here tonight and tell you don't do that. Please try to do something to fix it, and I'll go ahead and leave it there.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here.
Hello, my name is Victoria Solis. I've been living in Santa Fe for 32 years, and I have a business in April Road, and I'm living in April Road too. We talked yesterday with our council district, Pilar and Lee, and we thank you for listening our voice and let them know we're talking about it. They break in my window 3 weeks ago. Yes, one homeless, he's throwing drugs, throw a window, make a mess in all my store. We sadly survived COVID. And now if you guys do this, we are gonna suffer too much. Our business, we have to close our business because we can't deal with it. They sleep outside. We found needles. Our community, it's working people. We clean houses, restaurants. Sometimes we have to be late and our kids need to walk. There is a lot of schools, daycares, and it's not safe. So we need to solve this problem. And as a business community, we talk and we're happy to help to do one good solution. But you guys need to make one good solution. And we always happy to help our community. But think about it, because now our place isn't better, not too good, but it's gonna be worse. And like I say, we are happy to support, but we need good solution. And I know we need, they need good laws. One day I'm so frustrated because 3 times they robbed me and I have just go straight to the police station, crying and very, very sad because I just come from, I still working, taking off my business, cleaning houses too. So I feel so frustrated. And I just went over there because I showed them the video, the people who do it is just right there. They keep on going in there and the police didn't do nothing. So we need more support with the police.
Thank you.
We need more support. There is not much police around.
Thank you. Thank you very much for
Thank
being
you for
here.
listening us.
Thanks for coming tonight.
Hello and good evening. First, thank you all for hearing everyone out, and thank you all for coming out. Muchas gracias por todos que vinieron a dar su voz esta noche. I did want to do a special shout out to John Paul and Gina Granillo for organizing such an amazing turnout.
I think you need to introduce yourself.
I will. I just wanted to shout them out because they've done such amazing work. My name is Karina Lopez. I am the executive director of the Interfaith Community Shelter at Pete's Place. Mi nombre es Corina. Soy la directora del refugio de Pete's Place. I am here tonight as the executive director to kind of lend a voice to everyone's concerns. At Pete's Place, we strive daily to support our guests in need and to work transparently with everyone involved to build relationships. While we're busy focused on saving lives, I want to clarify that no immediate relocation plans, we have no immediate relocation plans. Our priority is expanding our resource center, but no decisions have been made. There are no current proposals to relocate. Pete's is prepared to lead the charge in addressing homelessness, but it is crucial to understand that pointing fingers at Pete's as if we are causing homelessness and crime is counterproductive. Pete's is addressing the problem by meeting the homeless community where the need is. One agency can neither solve nor take responsibility for homelessness. There must be a collective community effort to tackle this complex problem. Thank you all for coming out tonight, for lending your voice. If you all have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me directly. I'm happy to share my contact information. I want to make sure that we're addressing rumors and any misinformation directly. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here tonight. Thank you, city councilors and mayor, for your time and attention as well.
Thank you for coming tonight. Much appreciated.
Hi, my name is Marco Reyes, and I'm in here working in Santa Fe for 36 years. And my concern, I was a witness growing up, people, working behind pit pits at the 1196 Harrison Road. And when they open the pit pits, I see everything, what happened, with the homeless, before we thought it was just going to be like a homeless shelter, but then it come out of control. My concern right now, it's if you guys move over there, or if whoever's making the decision is going to get worse. If you guys make the decision, it's your decision, but we need the help, and we're here to help too. When they opened the homeless shelter, it was only like 36 beds, and that place, it's gonna be 300 and some beds, so it's gonna increase the problem. It's gonna get worse. Like, for example, I have this letter today and yesterday because I gotta clean the arroyo. I cleaned it today, and what I cleaned in the arroyo, it was tents and a lot of stuff, for the people that is living in the arroyos. And imagine if it's already me or all my neighbors doing this, once they move over there, it's gonna get seriously, it's gonna get worse for us, especially for us that we try to growing up in business, leave something for our sons. That's what I try to do in my business, to leave something for my kids, which is I didn't have it. I started from the beginning, and I still struggling to buy machines, to buy new vans and stuff like that, to leave something for my family. I struggled since came here, immigrant, from Mexico, and try to be the best for Santa Fe. Helping cleaning the streets. I live in Harrison. I live at a Paseo del Sol West, and I try to clean my community, cut the weeds and stuff like that. So as far as you guys can see, we just try to do our best here in Santa Fe.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Gerald Byers, born and raised in Santa Fe. Peligro, peligro, peligro. Danger, danger, danger. Moving this homeless shelter down to Airport Road is not a good idea. It's a bad idea. We got children at risk. We got like 15,000 people that live down there that are at risk, and we're moving these people down there, and they're endangering a whole community of businesses and children, which is not a good idea. I feed the homeless once a month. I go out there and feed them, help out. Not only are there homeless there is criminal activity there. Back when they pulled the thing down at the plaza, we fed the homeless. And there, inside, we fed criminal activity. People that came through weren't on drugs, nothing. They looked sharp. They were dressed sharp, but they just came for food, and they came there to stay under the radar of the police department. A couple of months ago, the same thing happened. They were good-looking guys, sharp-looking guys, probably $500 shoes, I guess. I looked at them. They were leather. They were sharp-looking. Same thing. 4 of them came through there. They ate and they left. They use that under the cover, to stay under the cover. If they move them down there, it decreases the property values and it hurts the businesses. I went through the businesses today and talked to the people. One lady had a tear in her eye because she felt scared. She felt intimidated. The homeless are going to be with us. I understand. But we have solutions. This is a real quick solution. We got a penitentiary out there at the south side of Santa Fe that's vacant. We can use that temporarily to get these people and move them on. We have to do it. Hard decisions have to be made by the council to take care of these problems. It's up to the people that we voted in to handle these problems.
Very good.
And I find that there are.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for being here.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Councilmen and women. Lee Garcia, my school is right beside Garcia Tire. My name is Tony Potter, and I'm the owner of Jeff Speakman's Kempo 5.0. And I'm the president of It All Matters, Inc. Mayor, you gave me an award last year, the Accessibility Award, because of the work I do with the special needs. Do you realize those special needs kids that come to my school walk down Airport Road? It'll be done. They won't come. They will not be able to come down that road because it will not be safe. I know that there's other solutions. And I know everybody, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to all of these Southside families, men and women that have come up here and spoke with kindness. This is the most civil assembly I've ever been at with such a passionate problem. This is a huge problem, and it'll only get worse if we move it to Southside. And they have been so kind. I can't applaud, but man, I want to, because you guys have been amazing. I mean, there's not been anybody up here hitting the podium. There's not been any foul language. Wow. They care, but they're doing it with respect. I don't want to stop doing what I'm doing to try to make a difference in these kids in this community. I was so upset. I was so upset the other day when I heard, and I was telling my wife, oh, it can't happen. No way. No. I was so mad. And then I happened to look at my card, and the mission statement says our mission is to create an avenue of inclusivity for all to have the opportunity to participate in a positive, highly qualified martial arts program, regardless of a person's physical, cognitive, or financial limitations. And I told my wife, man, I got to stop being upset about this. I got to try to make a difference because they matter. All of them matter. The people on the south side matter, but those homeless matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming out.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tim Sanchez. I'm an owner of a plumbing company in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I've been affected by the crime, not only from the homelessness, but just the crime in general. I live by the Pete's Place area. I see feces matters. I got to pick up all the time in my yard, on the street. They don't bother me directly. If I see them, I give them water, try to help them out. I know they're people as well as I am, you know. Jesus loves me. He died for me. He died for them as well too. But we need to come up with a solution. The solution is not the south side. The solution is not Cerrillos Road. I mean, where our kids are driving by Cerrillos Road and these people are shooting up, using the bathroom in front of them. That's not stuff for my kid to see. I'm afraid for my daughter to even stop at the gas station to put gas. I'm afraid for my wife to even stop and put gas. I make sure that when she goes to the gas station that I'm there to put fuel for her, because how many times do you go to the gas station and they're coming at you asking for money? How many times do you guys sit in the curbs in our streets, in the medians, and guys are running in and out of traffic trying to ask you for money? There's a gentleman on Cerrillos and Carlos Rey that's regressive. I've had to tell him twice to step away out of my vehicle, and how to really get really loud with him. We need to work something out, Mayor, because I'm being affected. And guess what? We as the citizens, we pay taxes. We go to Home Depot, we pay for those tools. But guess what? When those thieves steal that stuff out of there, guess who pays more for it? Not them. We as a community pay more, because the Home Depot is not going to lose out money. Walmart's not going to lose out money. We are. We need to come up with a better solution. I've been robbed twice from my vehicle, all of my tools twice out of my vehicle, over $42,000 in equipment and tools. What am I supposed to do? Claim it on my insurance and let my insurance rates go up? I mean, this is ridiculous. You've heard from other people, there's other businesses that are being affected, that they're having to pay for broken windows. They're having to pay to clean up their trash. They're having to do all of this. I mean, do we start sending the bill to the city and making them pay for it? And maybe that makes a change. I'm hoping that we're not talking to deaf ears here. I'm hoping that you guys are all there. Jamie, you're working in our neighborhood right now, behind the big five right now, with all of our community members are pissed off with the situations that are going on there. I deal with that. We know that there's drugs being sold in our neighborhoods. Nothing's being done because our police department's hands are being held back. I talk to the police department. Honestly, one day I want to sit in your desk one day and be mayor, because I can make the change that I want to make by sitting in that desk. But until my business can be run by someone, I can't do that for right now. But I talked to the police department and they said that their hands are tied. They go over there, they arrest somebody, they do the paperwork. By the time paperwork's done and the ink's dried up, people are back out in the street and they're dealing with the same guys over and over and over. We got to make a change. That has to stop. Our laws need to change. Please help us out as local businesses. Otherwise, me as a local business are going to move to Rio Rancho, Los Alamos, somewhere, and our tax dollars are at hand.
Thank
Your
you,
tax
sir.
dollars are at hand.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, you have the floor. That one.
Susan Kreiner. I live in Las Acequias. I'm District 4. I want to thank you for all the work you do for our city. The point I want to make, independent of Pete's Pets, is it seems like the council has consistently decided that the South Side has to take everything. We get the $600 unit apartment, and then we have another one, and then we have another one. And I went out at 8 o'clock today, and I mean, the street was lined up on Rufina. You have to not decide that we have to take everything that you don't want to deal with. And I'm not putting you down, but it seems like we get your crap and everybody else is okay. So infill in the places where there's money. Don't infill anymore in our area. We have too many people. It's enough. We don't have to take everything from everybody. I completely support everybody who wants to deal with the homeless. And it's a real issue, and not everybody is on drugs and not everybody is bad. And by the way, those people in the wealthy shoes and the fancy coming for the free food, well, there probably are drug sellers. It has nothing to do with homelessness. And we have a lot, and in the South Side and everywhere, but South Side is dominant. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es María Elena Mata.
My name is María Elena Mata.
Yo vivo a menos de 1 milla del lugar donde piensan cambiar a esas personas.
I live close to a mile from where you're planning to move that shelter.
Estoy muy preocupada por ello porque a mí en lo personal me gusta salir a caminar tranquilamente en la tarde.
And I'm very concerned because personally, I really enjoy walking in the afternoons.
No voy a poder hacer más eso.
I won't be able to do that anymore.
He visto a muchas personas sin hogar últimamente ahí y ya no me siento segura en mi casa.
And I have seen a lot of people laying around that don't have a home, and I don't feel secure in my house.
En todas,
Safe in my house.
En todas partes están ellos en las esquinas. Últimamente hasta tienen a un perrito para dar lástima para que la gente les dé dinero para sus drogas.
You can see them all around that area. And lately there's a homeless that has this puppy that, is just trying to cause that emotion of pity to the other people that is walking by.
Y eso no es justo. Los animales también tienen sus derechos y nosotros a veces somos la voz de ellos porque
and that is not right, because the animals also have their own rights and we have to be their voice as well.
Porque si ellos no digo que todos decidieron estar en la calle, los perritos no.
Because if these people decided to live in the streets, that doesn't mean that the animals or the puppies in this case, they need to do the same.
He visto también a muchas personas desamparadas en las tiendas robando. Y ahí en esa área donde piensan cambiarlas hay muchos pequeños, pequeños comercios, muchos dueños que van a sufrir todo eso, inclusive las personas que tenemos las casas ahí, nuestras viviendas, estamos peligrando todo mundo tanto.
And we have seen a lot of these homeless people attack the small businesses, the same as our homes. Los negocios chicos y
Los
sus
pequeños
casas también.
negocios y las
Small
casas de las
businesses, the like, home community, they've been attacking.
de las personas que vivimos cerca de ahí. Inclusive yo tuve que poner ya alarma
I
en mi
also
casa.
have to put an alarm on my house.
Y estoy muy preocupada
And I'm
por
very worried.
por esa decisión que parece que están tratando de moverlos allá.
And I'm very worried
Y
because of
estoy
the
en contra de esa decisión, porque así como yo les di mi voto para que ustedes estén ahí, quiero que también nos entiendan a nosotros, la comunidad.
And I'm very worried about the decision that you might make of moving this shelter to our community, because I also voted for you. So I'm also asking for you to respect my vote that I made when I voted for you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Gerardo Bencomo, and I have a mobile service business, and I go throughout Santa Fe, outskirts, Tunnel Road. I go wherever the service is needed. I see everything. I see a lot of lifestyles, different lifestyles, good, bad, poor, rich, wealthy. It's sometimes these people fall into a hole where they can't get out, they're humans, yes, but it is a lot. There's a lot of other to than just being homeless, Sometimes there's signs being put up throughout Santa Fe, no panhandling. They don't respect that, There's people you could tell right away who is really needing work and who is just willing to ask money to get a fix. I asked them, hey, I need help with this job, would you like to go help me out, They said, you know what, I'll probably make more money here in the day than you can pay me. And that's what really upset me one day. And I said, there's a lot of people that need help, but there's a lot of disrespectful just throughout Santa Fe in that area and those corners of Zaffarano, Cerrillos and Airport. I'm just asking, put yourself in our shoes. What if it was your granddaughter? What if it was your grandson, one of your family members, your little ones that don't know better, go pick up a needle and think it's a toy, What happens if one of your family members, and it's just accidentally picks it up or just falls and gets poked by one of these needles, It's really sad. Let's not wait until a tragedy, until we take effect, until we take, I was in the oil field for a lot of years and I was taught, every accident is preventable. So let's plan for the future together as a whole city. Thank you very much for it.
Thank you for being here. Thanks for coming up.
Hey, good evening. My name is Carlos Morales. I own a local business here in town. We were located behind Pete's Place for 7-8 years. I mean, it was a struggle, every day of our life. Me and all my employees, we had to work late. It was a scary situation for all of us to stay late. I understand the homelessness problem. I really do. But there's different ways of helping them than just opening up a bigger space for more people to come in and commit the same crimes that they're committing in a smaller spot, We moved to the south side, actually moved my shop over to the south side, running away from the issues. And now they're, trying to get over there. So it's you know, it's sad. Santa Fe, it's starting to push us away from Santa Fe. I mean, we can barely afford to live in Santa Fe. The house pricings are crazy. I mean, we really need your help, guys. We really do. All Santa Fe needs everybody to just, you know, try to work with the people that want to stay in Santa Fe. You know, I moved here from Florida 15 years ago and I love Santa Fe. It's been an awesome home. I'm trying to build a family here, but with this stuff going on, it's pushing us away, you know, it's pushing me, it's pushing my family away, it's pushing all of us to want to go somewhere else. You know, we love Santa Fe, so we really want to stay here. So we really hope for some change, just in general, you know, housing, the homeless problem, relocating them to a spot where it's across the street from my uncle's house. He has kids, you know, they all have kids. I don't want to see something bad happen. You know, I don't think we need to wait till something like that happens for us to start thinking, or for the, you know, the actual people to take matters into their own hands. I mean, we don't want that, you know, we definitely don't want that. So we can please work on something for a better solution for our town, our people. We would appreciate it. So,
Thank you.
thank you, guys.
Thanks for coming out tonight. Anyone in the room who hasn't yet had a chance to come forward and speak? Madam Clerk, is there anyone on the Zoom room who has got their hand up who would like to speak?
Yes, Mayor, there are attendees with their hands raised.
Let's go to the Zoom room now.
Certainly, let's start with Jared.
Hello. Can you hear
Hi.
me?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. My name is Jared O'Shell. First, I'd like to say to address the homeless problem, I'd say to look to Houston, the fourth largest city in the country. It's one of the most diverse cities. They've solved their homeless problem like 2/3 by a no terms housing. They've housed homeless people without asking them to meet any requirements, and it's been hugely successful. Solutions rather than moving problems. I listened to everybody tonight. I even heard a counselor mention that that part of the city is underserved. Airport Road itself needs to be fixed, and the city wants the people to pay for it. It doesn't seem like the city is taking care of the problems that are at hand. Airport Road is newly annexed into the city. I'm in Area 1B, a part of the county that does not want to be annexed into the ever-growing problems the city has. I suggest the city fix the problems that it has before looking to grow any larger. There are solutions, but I have not seen any enacted. A few units at a church doesn't solve the problem. Lip service about affordable housing doesn't solve the problem. There's a million miles between homelessness and affordable housing. You can't just say you're going to provide affordable housing and expect people to think that you're going to solve the homeless problem. There is currently no solutions for the homeless problem in this city. There's also a lot of other problems that aren't being solved. So I would suggest that the city look to its own problems before adding residents that don't want to be in the city.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Who's next, Madam Clerk?
We'll go to John Sidebaca. Mr. Sidebaca, can you hear us?
Is he able to unmute himself?
He is unmuted.
Okay. Go ahead, sir. If you hear us, you have the floor.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, now we can, loud and clear.
Okay, it looks like I'm having technical difficulties with. Okay, I was able to pair both my audio and my microphone. with my AirPods. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, please proceed. You have
Awesome,
the
great.
floor.
Okay, good evening, members of the City Council, Mayor Weber, and fellow residents. My name is Jonathan Zidibaka, a multi-generational Santa Fean. I'm here before you tonight to address an issue that affects our entire community, the relocation of the Pete's Place shelter to an already underserved part of town. This is a matter of great concern, and it is essential that we approach it with fairness and a collaborative spirit. First and foremost, we must acknowledge the problem at hand. The current location of the homeless shelter has led to its own various challenges, and the decision to move it is driven by the need to address these issues. However, relocating the shelter to a historically less affluent area raises valid concerns among residents about safety, property value gentrification as a byproduct, and the overall impact on our community. It is crucial to emphasize that we cannot allow the influence of high-status residents from affluent neighborhoods to simply push their problems onto less affluent ones. This is not a solution. It is merely a transfer of burden. We must strive for an equitable distribution of resources and responsibilities. Every part of our city deserves to be treated with the same respect and fairness. To address this issue effectively, I propose the formation of a task force, in which this task force should include representatives from both the affluent and less affluent areas, local businesses, and nonprofit organizations. Together, we can develop a comprehensive plan that addresses the needs of the homeless while also considering the concerns of the community. Increased support services are essential. We must provide job training, mental health services, and addiction treatment programs to help the homeless get back on their feet. Additionally, an increased police presence will be necessary to deter violent offenses and ensure the safety of all residents. I understand the concerns about safety, property value. However, there are numerous examples of successful homeless shelter integrations in other communities. By
Thank you
working
very
together, we
much.
can create a plan that benefits everyone.
Thank you,
In
sir.
conclusion, I urge the City Council and community members to come together to find a humane and effective solution. We must prevent interference from influential folks, politicians, and focus on the well-beings of our entire community. Let us work collaboratively with empathy, fairness to address this issue and build a stronger, more united city. We are called the city different. We have the chance to be different. Recently, with $320,000 in special legislative appropriations as of March 15th, 2024,
Thank
we
you,
can
sir.
make a quantitative and qualitative change.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for being here. Madam Clerk, others with their hands up?
Yes, Mayor. Let's go to Corey M.
Hi, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Hi, my name is Corey Mansfield. I'm a county resident. I live in Madrid. I drove into Santa Fe today to speak in person, but wasn't able to get into the building due to the high volume of people that turned out for an item that wasn't even.
I'm sorry, we're losing
And
you.
I just mostly want to say that I actually involving. Oh, pardon. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're
Can you
back
hear me
with
now?
us. Yes.
Okay, yeah,
yes.
I just really hope to see this kind of turnout when there's votes, things illegal, not just people saying they don't want it in their backyard. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for waiting. Appreciate it. Who's next, Madam Clerk?
Let's go to Jeanette Smith.
Thank you, Mayor and councilors. I'm
Jeanette, can you get any
Jeanette
closer to the microphone so you can be clearer? We need to hear you as well as possible.
I'm Jeanette Smith, a native from Santa Fe, living on Hamas Road. First, I would like to thank Commissioner Faulkner and Garcia from District 3 for the clearing of the pathway on Hamas Road. Hopefully, the replacement of the sidewalk itself will happen soon. Second, I support all of the comments already made in requesting that the move of Pete's Place or similar services into this area not be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for waiting and for being with us. Madam Clerk?
We'll go to Maria Cano. Maria Cano, can you hear us?
Sí, buenas noches. Buenas noches, señor alcalde y miembros del consejo. Mi nombre es Jessica Cano y soy miembro de Air Care y residente del lado sur de Santa Fe.
Okay, good
Me
evening,
dirijo a
Mayor
ustedes.
Kenner, Mayor Weber, and members of the council.
Mi nombre es Jessica Cano y soy miembro de Air Care y residente del lado sur de Santa Fe.
I'm a member of the place that she mentioned. I can hear her very well, and of the community.
Me dirijo a ustedes en nombre de nuestra comunidad para expresar nuestra profunda preocupación
I'm representing my community, and I address you to offer my concern
respecto a las recientes decisiones que se han tomado sin la participación directa de quienes vivimos y trabajamos en esta área.
concerning the decisions that are being made without counting our suggestions or our voice.
Es inquietante ver cómo personas ajenas a nuestra comunidad han influido en la reubicación de espacios sin considerar nuestras necesidades y deseos.
¿Puede repetir otra vez?
Es inquietante ver cómo personas ajenas a nuestra comunidad han influido en la reubicación de espacios sin considerar nuestras necesidades.
It is very concerning that they're considering these decisions without considering our voice.
Es crucial que cada decisión que afecte a nuestra comunidad sea comunicada de manera clara y transparente.
¿Puede repetir otra vez?
Es crucial que cada decisión que afecta a nuestra comunidad sea comunicada de manera clara y
It is
transparente.
crucial that every decision that is made, that affects our community.
La falta de información o mala información dirigida genera confusión y temor entre nuestros vecinos.
¿Puede repetir de nuevo?
Claro que sí. La falta de información o mala información
The lack
dirigida
of information thereof
genera confusión y temor entre nuestros vecinos.
generates confusion.
Quienes no conocen nuestras realidades no deberían estar tomando decisiones en nuestro nombre.
Those that they don't are aware of our concern should not be taking this type of decisions.
Sobre todo cuando estas decisiones impactan nuestras vidas diarias.
Above all, when this decision impact our daily life.
Por ello les pido encarecidamente que antes de seguir adelante,
And this is why I really wanna ask you that before you move on,
antes de seguir adelante con cualquier plan, expansión o reubicación,
before you move on without making a decision of any expansion or moving this place,
se enfoquen en resolver las problemáticas existentes.
please focus on what is the issues that are happening right now.
Solo entonces podremos aspirar a tener una comunidad completa.
Only by doing this, then we will feel that we will have a one full community.
Agradezco su atención y que pasen buena noche.
I'm grateful and have a good night.
Thank you, and thank you for being so patient as waiting this long to have your chance to speak.
Gracias y gracias por ser tan paciente para tener su turno de hablar.
Gracias.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have another hand in the Zoom room?
Yes, Mayor, let's go to Lindsay D.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Well, wonderful. Good evening. My name is Lindsay Damron. I was born and raised in Santa Fe. My family has been here for 4 generations. My college degree in psychology and experience working with populations in need allows me to empathize with the homeless community. My intention is not to criminalize this population. However, I have heard each and every one of these people speaking, my neighbors. They're voicing their concerns and opinions, making points about the safety of children, local businesses, and our community. And it's all valid. The point I want to emphasize is that you simply do not care about the South Side. Just look at the roads, look at the sidewalk maintenance, look at the lack of police presence, look at the lack of school funding. We're not a dumping ground for the problems you want to hide from tourists and the wealthy people that move here and take over our city. I fear daily for the safety of my family. They can't go to Best Buy. They can't grab a milkshake at Sonic. This is not okay, and this is not the Santa Fe that I know and love. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, thanks for waiting so long to have your turn. Madam Clerk, we're back to you.
We'll go to April. April, it's your turn to speak. Can you hear us? April's iPhone.
Can't hear her. Do you want to try someone else and maybe come back afterward? See if the technical problem has been solved?
We'll go to Barb T. Barb T, are you there?
Is Barb unmuted? No, having a problem getting the technology to work. Barb, if you can hear us, if you can unmute yourself, you have the floor.
Let's try somebody with their hand up. That's iPhone. Hello, are you there?
Hello,
Yes,
can you hear me?
absolutely.
Okay. So good evening. My name is Carla Moya Kreitz. I am from District 5, where Pete's Place is now located. It's ironic because just today we woke up to a homeless person digging in our trash, looking for food, and we yelled at them to catch their attention. He threw all the garbage on the street and moved on to our next neighbor doing the same thing. I want to speak to you, I don't live in the South Side. However, my child attends the Jeff Speakman Kempo 5.0 for many years, and I've seen an increase in homelessness. And it's not, I believe that Pete's Place is not the major issue here tonight. The issue is that the governing body who makes this decision to pick a site to visit did it underhandedly, not even consulting with the representatives in District 3. And they had to find out about this situation just like we did. And for you, Mr. Mayor, along with many of your councilmen and women, such as Romero Worth, Cussett, Chavez, and Sig, I feel like as though that you're continuing to destroy what Santa Fe is. I belong to a group called the Unión Productiva. We are trying to preserve our heritage, our legacy, and who we are as Spanish people, not even Spanish people, but Latinos in our community. And yet, for years since you have been elected, our elected officials, you have managed to remove surnames from our schools. You have made tennis courts better at the Fort Marcy issues. You have neglected the South Side, putting everybody and anybody over there where the crime rate has been horrendous, to the point that now heroic people are having to fight and fend for themselves. We walk into stores looking side to side and back because we fear for our lives. A person shouldn't have to go to Best Buy and worry that their car is going to get hijacked. It's
Thank you.
not the homeless people. Wait,
No, you're,
you've
I-
you've had
I-
people have
no,
translators that give in more. But let me tell
it's
you one
okay.
thing.
We've given you
You
ample,
have to.
we've given you
You
your
have
time.
to. No,
Thank you.
you
Thank you
have
for being
become.
with
You are
us.
trying to segregate us, and it's
Thank you
not
for
going
being
to
with
work.
us. Thank you for being with us. I'm really not being unfair. I'm just trying to keep everybody to the same time limit and being fair to everyone so that no one gets special treatment. Madam Clerk, is there someone else in the Zoom room?
We'll go back to April.
Hello, I apologize for the technical
Oh,
issues.
good. You got it
here.
working. You have the, you
My
have the
phone is
floor.
working. Thank you so much for your time. My name is April Martinez, and I am a multi-generational Santa Fean. I've been a coach for children community sports for about 14 years. I have 3 daughters, and I wanted to just join in and say a few stories of that the homeless have affected me and my family personally. I'll start with my 9-year-old daughter seeing someone shoot up heroin in the middle of the day on Cerrillos, and her asking me why is he getting a shot? And I have nothing to say. I'll go to the next scenario that she's seen where we are waiting in line at a fast food restaurant, and a woman came up banging on our windows, made my 1-year-old cry, and my 9-year-old cry hysterically because she's screaming and yelling and cussing at us. And I'm stuck in the middle of a line, not being able to do anything. My daughter is a loving human being, and she has no idea why these people attack other people. And for her to look back in the back seat and see her crying because she's scared just because we were getting a snack after school is heart-wrenching. Another moment is my other daughter going to, as I was assisting in a field trip at the Rail Yard Park. She's in elementary school, and we sit there listening to an adult tell 30 plus children, if you step on a needle, if you see a needle, do not pick it up. Do not touch it. If you see someone coming at you that doesn't look like that looks like a stranger, alert one of your team leaders. And I've been on probably 30 plus field trips, and I had never heard that speech been given except for last year. They're telling our children like they can't even run in a park that you guys made beautiful without the fear of touching a needle or stepping on a needle. It's heart-wrenching. The confusion on the children's faces is awful. Another scenario is my 90-year-old grandma and my mother living alone.
Ma'am, I think you're going to have to wrap it up. Your time has elapsed.
Oh, I apologize.
No, you're-
I'll just make it quickly. A man went into their home and attacked my grandmother, and it was reported. They called the police. They never showed. And the way the man was escorted out was my brother showed up. But it's dangerous out there. And I just really hope you guys do something about it.
Thank you. Thanks for waiting so long for your turn and for staying with us. Madam Clerk?
Kate and Ceci.
Hi, my name is Kate Alderete. I
work on the corner of Camino Carlos Rey and Cerrillos, and I live on the south side, about a mile away from. My daughter goes to school a mile away from where the proposed Pete's Place is being proposed. We wait for the bus every morning. There's always carts. There's always things. The town is a mess, and I think that's probably been stated. But I do want to talk about Pete's Place in general. I went on the website today because I sort of felt a little shamed for voicing my concern about the homeless shelter coming to my neighborhood where I'm trying to raise my daughter. And I was shamed by an affluent person who lives in Santa Fe for wanting to voice this concern. And I looked up their website, and there are things that are concerning about it. And I think the biggest thing is that I don't want to feel like I'm being gaslit every time I drive down Cerrillos and see prostitutes and drug dealers and pimps and people doing drugs. And I think that it's extremely important that we don't feel that way, that the people that showed up tonight don't feel that way. There's a problem. Pete's Place might be working. It might be a place of compassion. I, again, don't want to criminalize the homeless in this city, but there's a problem. If you drive anywhere near there, you can see that there is an issue with the people that are congregating, and there's a big congregation of those people. When that type of thing happens, when there are people who are in the realms of addiction, and there are people who are dealing with mental health issues, well, there's also criminals that come and take advantage of those people. And that's what we're seeing at Pete's Place. I'm not okay. I think the city needs to look at their guidelines. They let people in after 11 p.m. There's an entrance for people who are intoxicated. And I appreciate that the executive is there tonight or was there tonight. But for us to be gaslit, to think that there isn't a problem at Pete's Place is wrong. And it should not be in our neighborhood if it can't be controlled where it already is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for waiting so long to have your turn.
We'll allow Vanessa G.
Buenas noches. ¿Me escuchan?
Sí, pero puede hablar una oración a la vez, por favor.
Soy el papá de Vanessa.
I'm a father of Vanessa.
Estuve trabajando en Albuquerque el año pasado
I was working in Albuquerque last year,
y duré cerca de 9 meses ahí.
and close to 9 months.
9. Y miré cómo se cerraban negocios
They
y la
closed
gente
my
tenía
business.
miedo. Y la gente tenía miedo
And the people were scared
acerca de las personas sin hogar.
from the people that were in that area.
Pienso que si los traen al lado sur de la ciudad,
If you bring them to the south side,
comenzará a pasar lo mismo.
then all those same things are going to happen again.
La gente tendrá miedo
The people are scared
y cerrará negocios.
and they'll close their businesses.
Pienso que tal vez podrían encontrar un lugar o dejarlos donde están,
I think that you could find another place or leave them where they're at
porque temo por la seguridad de mis niños
because I'm afraid for my children
y quiero que estén seguros.
and I want them to be safe.
Reconozco a la vez
At the same time, I realize or I recognize
que no somos la mejor parte de la ciudad,
we're not on the best side of the city
porque hay gente mala,
because there's some bad people there.
pero si traes más inseguridad a este lado,
But if you bring more security to that side,
será peor.
insecurity to that side of the city, sorry.
Y lo que tratamos, la gente buena,
And then the good people, what we're trying to do
es hacer una ciudad mejor.
is to make a better city.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for waiting so long to have your turn.
Gracias y gracias por esperar su turno.
Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry, Juan Diaz.
Hi.
Good
So I
evening.
was born and raised in Santa Fe. First off, I'm not trying to point fingers or say anything, but you may want to consider a translator who actually knows Spanish, because some of the translations that your translator made were actually incorrect, and she was trying to translating things incorrectly.
We're eager to hear what you have to say about the subject at hand.
I understand, but when the voice isn't
Please
being
don't
heard
waste
properly,
don't waste your time. Go ahead, please.
I know. So moving the people to the south side, okay, the homeless shelter. People I've voiced, I've heard everything. But I believe that just moving them to the south side or keeping them at Pete's Place will not do anything in the long run. It's just going to move the issue over to the south side and make the place a worse place. And maybe people have mentioned moving it over to the Santa Fe Community College track field. I wasn't here when they mentioned that, if they did. And even then, that would be a terrible idea, since the community college would be right there. I just think that maybe there should be programs that should be made for people who want a second chance, for people who want to detox, for people who actually want to become part of Santa Fe. Because everyone that comes over here, all the homeless people, are being pushed away from Albuquerque, Española, and surrounding areas. That's why we're seeing an increase in homelessness. So if you guys can come up with a plan to maybe increase homeless shelters or provide fundings to other areas, I think that this solution would be optimal for everyone.
Thank you. Thanks for very much, and thanks for waiting so long to have your turn. Madam Clerk?
Erin Borrego.
Can you hear me?
Absolutely, clearly.
Mayor Weber, as a generational Santa Fe resident, I'm deeply concerned about the state of our city. I've become a victim of multiple vehicle thefts and home invasions, and I know of many others that have faced similar issues. The rise in crime and lack of effective action to address it have left many of us feeling unsafe and frustrated. Your lack of leadership on public safety is a serious problem. People are not just disappointed, they are angry and fearful. Our city needs a mayor who will listen, take decisive action, and restore safety and security. It's time to admit your failures and step down. Your poor decisions have cost our city enough. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for waiting so long to have your turn to speak. Back to you, Madam Clerk.
Anthony Segura.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and whoever else is in the room, fellow Santa Feans. Thank you very much for your time. Mayor, I just want to say thank you and all the council members for taking the time to listen. I know it's been a long night for you, as it is for a lot of the people here. that have come for the matter at hand. I've, been very blessed to see a lot of the different opinions and the approaches that people are taking. Obviously the topic at hand is the Pete's Place relocation. I'm born and raised South Side and an advocate and a local high school football coach here in Santa Fe. Advocate for the South Side and all citizens of Santa Fe. And I obviously, I'm not going to really beat around a dead horse. But I do, if I may, I can tell you the lasting effects of moving the Pete's Place homeless shelter to the south side of Santa Fe are going to be exponential, even going past your term. So like I said, I know that you probably understand that. A lot of the council members understand that as well. I know that it's a decision that's going to go way beyond just one specific person. And if you had the button to just make it the end all be all, I'm sure you would do that. But again, thank you guys all for taking the time in consideration for listening to everybody on the south side, and as well as all Santa Feans. And I really appreciate all your guys' work, all your hard work day in and day out. One of the biggest things I do want to say thank you for before my time is up is for the median ordinance that you guys put in place for the 3-foot median, standing in the median and stuff like that. Small steps towards a brighter future for Santa Fe. So continue to do the hard work, inch by inch, step by step. Thank you all for your guys' time. I know it's late. We can't do without you guys. So thank you guys for your guys' time, and we look forward to a brighter future.
Thank you. And again, thanks for waiting so long for your turn. It's very good of you to stick with us.
Absolutely. You guys have a blessed night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are no other hands raised in the Zoom room.
Okay. Last call for anybody who's here in this chamber who hasn't had a chance to speak. Well, I want to thank everybody for coming out. It was we had 3 hours of petitions from the floor, and really, as has been said by others, the tone was incredibly civil, respectful, constructive, and really people were speaking from their hearts, but also in a very thoughtful and meaningful way. And a special thank you to our translators for being here and doing such a great job, both with Spanish and also with sign. It's really important when you have so many people speaking out and wanting to be heard and wanting to be understood that you are able to provide that language bridge for us. So thank you very, very much. It's hard work, and we're grateful to you. Thank you.
Mention one more thing. I just wanted to note that Representative Taryn Lujan was here tonight, and where she didn't speak, she was here to listen to the people as well.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I think it's time to move on to the next item on the agenda. We did move petitions from the floor directly after communications from the governing body, so we need to resume our regular order.
Certainly, Mayor, we're at introduction of legislation. 16A is consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councillor Carol Romero Worth and Councillor Jamie Cassett. It's a resolution recognizing the devastating impact of COVID-19 SARS-CoV-2, honoring the sacrifices that essential workers have made to protect and save lives in their communities, and declaring support for a permanent COVID-19 memorial to be located in New Mexico to honor the victims of COVID-19.
Very good. Councillor Mayor Worth or Councillor Cassidy, each of you want to have a word to say about this introduction?
Mayor, I think it speaks for itself. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item is 16B, consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councillor Carol Romero Worth. It's a resolution authorizing submission of an application to the New Mexico Finance Authority for financial assistance and project approval for upgrades to the Canyon Road Water Treatment Plant.
Again, Mayor, I think the title speaks for itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The next item then, Madam Clerk.
The next item is 16C, consideration of Bill 2024-4, an adoption of an ordinance sponsored by Councillors Signe Lindell and Mayor Ellen Weber. It's a bill relating to Marty Sanchez Links de Santa Fe, amending sections 23-7.3 and 23-7.4 of SFCC 1987 to update golf rates.
Counselor, before you introduce it, I left out a couple folks we need to thank. We had really wonderful support tonight from the Santa Fe Police Department and helping to keep everything calm and safe and everybody having a fair chance to be heard and be seated. And our fire department stepped in to make sure we were observing our codes with regard to fire. Public safety was very much present and being incredibly helpful, and we appreciate it enormously. I'm sorry, Counselor, I didn't mean to take your mic away from me, but you're introducing a measure here.
That's okay, Mayor. I'll just quickly say that we haven't increased the rates at the golf course since well prior to COVID. And we are improving the facility. And this allows for operational and financial stability and sustainability. There's a few things in it that folks might know. There's a loyalty program. It favors, in terms of rates, the rates for locals will not, they will increase very, very little. Rates for people from not in Santa Fe will increase some, and out of state will have some increases. There'll be a loyalty program. There'll also be a new twilight rate, which will be very inexpensive. People can go out after work with their kids, play some golf. Something we need to do. 25-year anniversary of this golf course, which is an absolute treasure for this city. And in order to keep it in the condition that the players deserve, we need to have a little bit of an increase. And it is it's a pretty small increase. So I hope that we can pass this quickly and move on.
Thank you, Counselor. Madam Clerk, I think with that, we have exhausted our agenda for tonight. And therefore, I